think our topics started last week about the agronomy in crop production. So, till all of you are joining, actually now already it's near to 40, that's enough to start, I think. I would like to continue with one of our, the last day session. If you can remember, in my part, we started this topic about the land use classification, and this is one of the important practice that start our cultivation. So we mentioned that depending on the land we are selecting, the location, elevation, and the type of the surface, how slopey the land surface, how it is prone to erosion or other factors. So many crop growth factors are decided by the selection of the land. So in order to select the lands, in a suitable manner, or in order to select the most suitable land for our crop, we need to know what are the characteristics of the lands available for cultivation. For that purpose, we mentioned that it is necessary to understand the categories of lands available for cultivation. Then we mentioned about the importance, and also we mentioned about two different methods of classification: physical land use classification and economical land use classification. Then we started considering about the physical land use classification. That means the classification based on the physical factors. According to the physical factors, the lands are divided into into 8 categories, depending on the type of the slope, depending on the elevation above the mean sea level. So when the slope and the elevation and other characteristics are changed, there are limitations for cultivation, and generally the lands are divided into 8 categories, and our today's task, I would like to start with the discussion on the specific characteristics, features, and the most suitable crops for the categories of land according to physical land use classification. So that is our maybe that is a continuation from our last week session, but it is easy for us to consider it today because our today's topic that is going to be in some minutes later about land preparation. So better to discuss these together. So that's why now we are going to talk about the physical land use classification little bit in detail.
Recording in progress.
If you can remember, we mentioned that the lands available for cultivation are divided into 8 categories according to their physical features, physical characteristics. Then, according to the categories we had seen in the previous illustration, there are 8 categories, and even when you consider this picture, we can see that there is a land that is leveled, and then if you go towards this direction, gradually the slope and the elevation is changed. So the lands that are at the lower level, lower elevation, and usually that is that category is near to a water source. So in this, the first category, we can see, as I mentioned earlier, the lower elevation. That means the height above the mean sea level is low. And another important characteristic is that the surface of the land is usually a leveled land. Then as the land is at lower elevation, these lands are frequently prone to the floods during the rainy season. If this is a land near to a river or a canal, then the higher level of water in the river is bringing some soil and surface soil, some rich soil particles from the higher areas are taken with the water flow into this land. Then when the water is gradually drained and slowly go into the river or the canal, those smaller soil particles that are carried with the water flow, they are deposited on this land. So that process is named as siltation. So as the drainage is poor, the absorption to the soil is very slow, and the water has to be flown away usually. And during that slow process, the soil particles, the surface soil that is carried with water flow is deposited here, and that is called siltation. So, as the slope is very low and there is no rapid water flow in this land, the soil particles in this area are not carried out, and due to that slow flow of water, soil erosion is very low. Now, these are two examples in the first category, and see that now I have put a red line around this picture. This is to compare. Now, this picture is not from the first category. Please keep that in your mind, because when we say there is no soil erosion, low elevation, and level land, you can easily understand that this land is having a steep slope, high elevation here, and due to the strong water flow downwards, the soil erosion will be there. So because of that, the because of the strong water flow, speedy water flow, the possibility of soil erosion is higher when water is flown downwards. The soil particles are taken away. So disturbance of particles and dislocation of the soil, destruction of soil structure is considered as erosion, which you had discussed in the module of soil, plant, the nutrient management, the soil management modules. So just for the comparison, I have put this picture. Now see, this is the first category of land, and this will be in higher categories. We'll go to see those categories in a few minutes. So in the first category of land in our country, the recommended crops are normally that are tolerable for poor drainage and frequent flooded. So the crops like rice, that is preferring the waterlogging condition, can be grown in this first category. So the one of the very good example, and this is a major crop in our country. So in the first category of land, we recommend cultivation of rice. Not only rice, there can be some semi-aquatic or maybe aquatic plants that can be grown, like some leafy vegetables like Ipomia, kangkung, and whatever the crop you can cultivate with the condition of this frequent flooded condition. Then now the other categories, when we go through the higher categories, the conditions are gradually changed. Now, even in the second category, still they are near to the first category. Elevation is lower and water flow is still slow water flow. Because of that, soil erosion is not a problem. So the cultural practices that we are going to discuss in our today's topic as well. Some practices like preparing the land with these types of bunds, so soil beds prepared, seed beds prepared perpendicular, that means in the 90 degrees direction towards the slope, can control the erosion. And as the lands are now little bit slopy and higher elevation, the drainage is better, improved, satisfactory compared to the first category. So in the second category, the conditions are suitable for cultivation of crops like vegetables. So vegetable cultivation, vegetable crops are recommended for the second category. Then we little bit go in upward direction. We are climbing now. So in the third category, the slope is now bit increased. The drainage is now okay because of the slope. Water is drained easily. And now with the improved drainage, field crops like chili, soybean, some other grain legumes, those types of crops are recommended for the third category. Now, see this in the categories with the level land or with moderate slope, the erosion is not a problem. So the cultural practices, when we carry out the cultural practices in good manner, the soil erosion is controlled by those practices. There is no necessity of carrying out special practices to prevent the soil erosion. But when the elevation is higher, so the slope is gradually increased, and because of that, there can be some problem of soil erosion. So now the erosion is little bit problematic. We have to consider the soil erosion. That is why we mentioned here that soil erosion is considerable. So when the soil erosion is creating some problems, we have to apply soil conservation practices. So practices to prevent soil erosion, like having some bunds and maybe trenches, we will see some of them later, to prevent erosion. But when the category is higher, the drainage, that means removal of water, excess water, is easy, and that is not a problem. So good drainage is there. Now in the slopy lands, if we have crops like vegetables or field crops, we know that these are seasonal and we are frequently changing the crop. So there are periods when there is no crop, no cover of the soil. So when rain comes, soil can be eroded if the cover is removed. So when the category is increased and the slope is increased, if we have frequent change of the crop and the exposure to rains and wind is frequently happening, then erosion can be a problem. So better to have crops like fruit crops or the plants with some longer duration of life. So in the fourth category, we recommend, or we have the recommendation of cultivation of food crops. Out of those food crops, the category fruits or fruit crops are the crops recommended in the fourth category. Now, with the fourth category, starting from fourth category, in all the categories of land, there is a requirement of preventing soil erosion, because in higher slopes, in these slopes, the uh, water flow will be rapid and the erosion will be a problem. So soil conservation practices like having these types of uh, plant rows preventing soil erosion, and there can be some bunds, trenches prepared perpendicular to the uh, water flow is necessary. So those practices are carried out easily when we have crops like plantation crop, tea, rubber. Those types of crop categories are recommended in fifth category of physical land use classification. Now, in these lands like fifth, sixth category with the higher slope, now we mentioned that soil erosion is there. Soil conservation is essential. Now you can see that the recommended crops are like tea, rubber. The pastures mean the fodder crops uh, for the grazing animals. Then whatever the crop we are growing in this category, categories with higher erosion and higher slope, the plant density should be higher. When the plant density is higher, the ground cover by the plant canopy is very thick. Now, what is the advantage we are having when the plant density is higher and the ground cover is very thick in these categories? Now, there is a special statement given here. Plant density should be higher. Can you now I was continuously talking for a longer duration. Now, maybe you can participate now. Now, what is the purpose of having higher plant density in these categories? Now, in this picture, you can see that now establishment of a crop is started. Still, the density is not higher. But you can compare this picture with the lower one. In this tea plantation, there is a higher density of the crop plant. And in this coconut cultivation land is also, there is a density of coconut plants and there is a ground cover. Now, why the density should be higher? As mentioned here, yes, one purpose is to reduce soil erosion, because now with the cover by plant canopies, the rainwater droplets are contacting soil with the reduced speed. Damage to the soil particles will be minimized. Soil erosion will be reduced. So, because of that advantage, it is recommended to have higher plant density. Now, you can see that one of the plantation crop, which is given here, is given in a different color. Do you think that there is a special reason for that? Yes, please unmute your microphone. You can definitely tell about the reason for this highlighting coconut in a different color. Yes, now, these are the categories of lands mainly. Plantation crops are recommended, and one crop is given here in a different color. Yes, it's Achini. Teshan. Why the crop coconut? Have you been to these categories of land, or are you from the areas with fifth and sixth category of land? Anybody from those categories of lands or in the areas with these categories of land? So, very stable silence is there. That is the reason. Can you hear me? I'm asking about uh, a possible reason or some kind of special thing related with coconut as a plantation crop. Coconut is considered as a plantation crop, but when it is grown, usually it is grown with a higher, uh, wider distance between the plants, and the very close density is unable to be achieved, but rubber is also having a wider spacing distance. Usually our people, farmers, are not growing coconut in these categories due to few reasons. One is that they think that there are no suitable types, varieties for cultivation in these categories, but there are suitable varieties recommended by Coconut Research Institute in these high elevation, slopy lands with different temperatures. The other thing is, maybe people know that there are varieties available, but they think that, or they feel that the income or profit from the cultivation of other crops is higher than the cultivation of coconuts in these lands, because the cost of cultivation, cost of cultural practices will be higher. So to recover that, maybe coconut is not a preferable crop for the farmers. Right. So as you are silent, I'll also be quick and So in the seventh category, now the categories are, the number of the category is increased, slope is increased, soil erosion in these slopy lands is very higher. So soil conservation practices are essential. So the crops grown here should always or constantly cover the surface of the land. Otherwise, the erosion will be degrading the soil. So plant density should be very high. Maybe some plants with higher canopy levels are not possible to be cultivated on top of the mountains because of the strong wind and some other reasons. Maybe in that case, the grasses, forage plants that are covering the land continuously, covering the soil continuously is essential. So in 7th and the 8th category of land, that is the character. So in the top of the mountains, when the category is at 8th level, the cultivation practices, even the crops with longer lives, we name them as perennial crops. During the crop classification, we can mention about it. So there are categories of crops, and those perennial crops are even recommended here. Now, for the conservation of these lands, now in many of the water reservoirs in our country, in the upcountry, there is a catchment area, and the catchment areas are with the lands of 7th, 8th category. So they are covered with the forest, because when the cultivation practices are carried out, soil erosion and degradation, and also the filling the water reservoirs with silt will be a problem. So it is the condition in those categories of land. Right. So we mentioned about the classification of lands with the use of physical characteristics, and the other land use classification method is the classification according to the value of the land. In the lands with higher value, either we have to cultivate high value crops, or maybe the crop that gives us higher level of income. The use of land in agriculture may not be sometimes economically viable, and then the farmers, people will go for some other uses of land, like construction of residential apartments, other industrial purposes like that. So, depending on the selected land, we can select a crop now. So that is our next task. So if you want to have any questions on land use classification, you can ask. I was trying to explain it. You are a bit silent today. So while I'm trying to use another few slides regarding the classification of crops, you can think about if any clarifications are needed. So think about any questions, any clarifications you want to ask. Unmute your microphone and you can ask.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Now, if we have selected a land for cultivation, or when we are going through the characteristics of the lands, then the next question coming into our mind is that we have to select a crop suitable for cultivation in those lands. Now, I had this picture earlier as well. So, the crops grown here may not be suitable for cultivation in some other elevation. Now, we can see that the same crop is cultivated in this and on top of the maybe or in the middle level of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, there are dense canopies of large trees. But when you think about the selection of the crops, you need to know some idea about the categories of crops available. Now, it is a simple thing. We all know how or what type of crops are grown in our lands. Now, when we think about the crops cultivated in agriculture sector, there are major sectors like plantation crops. In these crops, there are specific management aspects are there. Crop management practices in plantations are different. Then these classifications are not based on specific plant characteristics or taxonomic characteristics, but the management of the crop or maintenance of the crop is the basis for this classification. Now, the plantation crops and the export agricultural crops. Now, one can ask, even the plantation crops are exported. Yes, that is true. Just, I think for easiness of macro level management in the country in agriculture sector, they have divided these. Otherwise, some of these export agricultural crops are also established and maintained just like plantation crops. Then there are timber crops, a different method of management, and the product output is completely different. The timber is the product. And then there is a category called forestries. Now, forestries, what is the difference in timber crop and forestries? Now, one can say we saw a teak forest. The difference is mainly in when you say timber crops or the cultivation of timber crops, that means you have the well-defined intention of harvesting plants for timber. But when you maintain a forest plantation or forest cultivation, then the purpose may not be harvesting for timber production, but forests are maintained to conserve soil, to prevent soil erosion, to maintain the rainfall, to maintain good water supply in the catchment area of the tanks, like that. Then there are categories of fruit trees, medicinal plants, flower and foliage plants, fodder crops, field crops. Now, field crops are having specific methods of management. Now, the difference mainly with the plantation crops and field crops, that the field crops are usually seasonal. Maybe there are 2 seasons per year at least, and then maybe once a year. But plantation crops are established and maintained for a longer duration, sometimes more than 50 years. But in field crop production, the frequent change of the crop is there. So field crops, now these other categories are having little bit wider groups that includes many crops. Now, I think you know, when you say fruit trees, what are the fruit trees in our country? What are the medicinal plants grown in commercial scale? When you say field crops, there are many categories. Like one of the major category of field crops is cereals, then grain legumes, when you say grain legumes like green gram, black gram, cowpea, soybean, fruits and tuber crops. The tuber crops like potato, sweet potato, cassava, alocasia, diaspora plants, oil crops, soybean, groundnut, sunflower, castor, mustard, gingerly. Then there are condiments. So sometimes the cultivation of fruits is also carried out by using the concept of cultivation of these crops. So that is why fruits are given here. Fruits, vegetables, then sugar crops. In our country, the main sugar crop is sugarcane. Then categories of vegetables: low country, up country, leafy vegetables. Then this category, still at present, the narcotic crops are not legal in our country. There are discussions to make cannabis cultivation legal, but tobacco is permitted. It is cultivated, but both of these are narcotic crops, but tobacco is allowed. Cannabis is not allowed legally up to now in Sri Lanka. Then the crops that are grown in order to obtain fibers, those are fiber crops. Right. Then now we know that there are several categories of lands, and in physical land use classification, the number of categories is 8. Then there are different types of crops that can be cultivated in those lands. Whatever the land you have selected, whatever the crop you have selected, you need to carry out several preparative actions in any of the land with any of the crop. Now, we had gone through the categories of land, we had gone through the categories of crops. Now it is our duty or responsibility to select the most suitable crop for the available land, or we have to select most suitable land for the selected crop. For an example, maybe in your area, you have a piece of land that is in the 3rd category. Then you know what are the characteristics of your land. Then we know that when we cultivate the crop, the optimum level of crop growth factors should be given. And because of that, when we select a crop for our available land, we have to consider what kind of optimum crop growth factors we can give, and accordingly means according to the available category of the land and according to the uh, available level of crop growth factors, we are selecting a suitable group of crops for cultivation in our land. Right. So now, based on the characteristics of the land, we are selecting a land. Based on the type of the crop characteristics, we are selecting a crop for the land. But there may be two situations. One is what I have mentioned a little while ago. Maybe a person is having a land already available. Maybe his family or inherited land, and there can be a situation. Now we have a land and we have to select a crop for this given available land. And there can be another situation like that. Maybe a person is having an opportunity to export a certain crop. For an example, maybe a farmer received an order to supply sunflower to another country. Then, now the crop is already decided, sunflower. He has to go through what are the requirements, crop growth factors required, and that is now fixed. So sunflower is the crop, and now we have to think about a suitable land to be purchased or leased or rented or taken from the government to cultivate the required quantity of maize. So if the order is to cultivate sunflower, now the crop is already decided. Now I have to find the lands that are suitable for cultivation of sunflower. So those are the two situations where either we have to select a crop for the given land or we have to select a suitable land for already decided crop.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Right. I think we can now move into another new topic, that is land preparation and crop establishment. So we have selected the land now, and the crop is already also selected. So now the next thing is to start cultivation. How to start cultivation, or what is the first step of cultivation? Now, the thing is, we have to get our land ready for cultivation, ready for establishment of a crop. Now, in the earlier or ancient cropping systems, what we have done was the initial step was that we just put some planting material into our soil or land and started cultivation, or maybe we were just waiting for the plant to produce a product. But now it is not like that. We need maximum output from our land, and even the ancient farmers, they have used different techniques, methods to make the available land optimum for the establishment of our crop. Now, these pictures gives us some idea about the evolution of the land preparation methods. Uh, Here, actually, we can see that some traditional or older methods are being applied, and here the use of some technologies, machineries for preparation of the land. Now, I think importance of land preparation is known to you. Now, we have to think about what we are considering under land preparation. Now, take few minutes and do something, a kind of logical thinking, and um, write down a definition, or in you, according to your words, your idea, your opinion, what is meant under land preparation. Just now I have mentioned that when land is available and the crop is decided, we need to start the cultivation. So before start the cultivation, we prepare the land. Now, according to your opinion, your idea, what is land preparation for crop establishment? Now, it is not the land preparation for any other purpose, construction or road construction. We are considering the land preparation for crop establishment. In crop production, we have to do land preparation. So, I am hoping to get some clear explanations from you, because even I have mentioned few things about land preparation, and you know why do we need to prepare land for cultivation. Maybe one can say we have selected the best land for the selected crop. Why should we bother about preparation of land further? So, what would be your answer for that person? So, what is land preparation? Take few minutes, please. And after, okay, I'll just say after 3 minutes, we can share our ideas about land preparation. So, please, it's your time.
Recording stopped.
So, this is not a break. We can have a break later. Do not deviate from the session. Have your own idea about land preparation? Have your own definition or something you can say? If person is asking from you, what do you mean by land preparation for crop establishment? What will be your answer? So please prepare your answer and later share it with all of us. So there was a request for, I don't know whether it is an automatically pop-up message or not, regarding recording. So a recording is done, and we will select the most suitable recording, and if there is a necessity or decided, the recording will be uploaded to LMS in just as we have carried out in other modules. So now my personal opinion is that we need to pay our attention for this session, listen and participate in the session, discuss, just unmute your microphone, talk with me, talk with your friends, I mean in the Zoom session, share your ideas. That active participation is required. And if you do that, and if you have a look on the screen and listen to the presenter, resource person, and take your own notes, because what is given on the screen may not be the everything. Even now, there can be a definition of land preparation appearing on the screen. But when you think about land preparation, when you prepare your own idea, then that is the purpose of these sessions. So uh, get maximum benefit out of the session. It is your session, not my session. So participate in the session, and when there is a problem of connection or some kind of a signal issue, then a help from the recording can be taken, but available resources, your time should be utilized maximum. And the courses are designed to be conducted, to be offered with the participation of the student. As you are in long distances, the online sessions are organized, but the best thing is to have you physically here in contact. If it is not possible, then these types of Zoom meetings are there. Then if when you are connected to Zoom meeting, just get maximum benefit. Some are just connected and maybe putting a recording and doing some other thing, going here and there. We know that it is happening, but it is just wasting your resources, your money, your time. Right, okay. Anyway, now it is, I think already we had 5 minutes. So
Recording in progress.
actually, I prefer to have verbal sharing of information from you. But anyway, I appreciate even the text messages, but you know that it takes more time for reading messages. But if you just give your idea verbally, that will improve your skills and save the time also. Anyway, there is a idea given by you. Land preparation is aiming at the development of physical, chemical, and biological characteristics and uh, achievement of optimum plant growth and get higher yield from the land. So I am little bit changing your wording. So land preparation is a process activity carried out to develop physical, chemical, and biological properties of the soil and achieve optimum plant growth, optimum production from the land. Another idea is that land preparation is developing the edaphic environment. That means the factors in the soil and bit above the soil to achieve plant growth. I'll add that to achieve optimum plant growth and the root growth. Actually, roots and aerial parts all lie in the same plant. So we can say development of the environment to achieve plant growth and maybe yield or production. Yes, any other idea? Unmute your microphone, you can speak. Land preparation, what is that? Now, even the two ideas given by you, one was saying that land preparation is developing physical, chemical, and biological properties with the objective of achieving optimum plant growth and higher yield. The second one was that land preparation is developing edaphic environment and achieving plant growth and root growth. When I said that plant growth, it includes root growth, but good to mention specifically the root growth. Another idea, another definition or another meaning given as mechanical manipulation of the soil to take favorable conditions for the growth of the crop. Land preparation is not exactly the irrigation. Irrigation is another practice, and maybe during land preparation, something related with irrigation. Can you please elaborate your idea? Whoever, there is a point in mentioning irrigation, but I would like to hear it from you. Irrigation. And preparation is initial and important step in
irrigation is related to crop development and growth.
Right, irrigation is related to crop development and growth. And what is the relationship with irrigation and land preparation?
When it irrigated land, the land preparation is easy.
That is one thing. So when the soil is dry, it is difficult to do land preparation. On the other hand, sometimes we do land preparation. Even we can have a look at this picture also. We do land preparation in a way that it will facilitate irrigation also, maybe through these canals, through these trenches. So sometimes now, when we do land preparation, we do it in a way that it facilitates efficient irrigation. So now you have mentioned many things, and I also have an idea about land preparation. Before thinking about my idea, I have to say that what you have mentioned up to now, all those ideas are perfectly correct. So, and land preparation is now is all activities performed on the soil before planting a crop. So that is another idea given by you. I would like to just say one thing. Now, when we go through this land preparation, we can see that there are some land preparation practices that are carried out after crop establishment also, after planting the crop as well. So most of the land preparation practices are carried out before planting the crop, but sometimes we do practices after the planting of a crop or establishment of a crop. So when we do land preparation, we have some objectives or ideas. Now we can put them as definitions. One is that land preparation means preparation of a new land to make it suitable for cultivation. Then there are two situations of land preparation. The first one, as given here, preparation of a land, a new land, like this, a forest land or something. I just selected the picture to show something like that. Some wildlife is there. So land preparation is the preparation of a new land sometimes to make it suitable for cultivation. We know that we can't establish a crop on this forest or on this gravel. Sometimes we do land preparation after harvesting of a crop. For an example, in this paddy field, recently a harvest had been collected, but the next crop, next season, we have to start, and that cannot be done without a land preparation. So when we do land preparation after harvesting in an already used cultivated land, if we do land preparation, those practices are named as tillage practices. Now, in addition to these explanations or definitions, we can say that, as you have mentioned earlier, during the land preparation, we have the objective of improving soil physical, chemical, and biological properties. So, can you remember? You also mentioned these things earlier. Unfortunately, it was a text message. I had to read it. If you had read it, you would be more confident about your ideas. So, land preparation is improving physical, chemical, and biological properties of soil. And those are major objectives of land preparation. In addition to what you have mentioned and what I have added on the screen, now can you say any other maybe more clear idea about land preparation? Some other thing? Please. Now go through what you have mentioned and what I have mentioned, and think about what we had mentioned during last day about the crop plant growth and development. We mentioned about the dependence of crop plants on various factors. And we mentioned that
climatic conditions.
yes, some climatic conditions are considered as crop growth factors. Now, what can we say about land preparation and crop growth factors? Crop growth factors are determining the growth and development of crops. And we said that we do land preparation to establish a crop. So during land preparation, we expect that we are trying to improve the soil and other conditions, and those are improving crop growth factors. So during land preparation, we are trying to provide optimum crop growth factors for our selected crop. By land preparation, we can't give all the factors at optimum level, but some factors are, some crop growth factors are decided by land preparation, right? So, now we know what is land preparation, what are the objectives and definitions. And if you had listened to this session, not only looking at the slides, now you have many ideas about land preparation, ideas given by you and given by me. So that is why, as a practice, we are requesting you to listen to the Zoom session, participate in the session, and if we decide to provide you with some material, that would be something related with the recording, but not a PDF or just slides, because on my slides, we have some information, but in addition to this, we had discussed many more things, more valuable things verbally, and they are more valuable than what is appearing on the screen, right? Okay, so we will have a break, 5 minutes, and I'm going to continue. So after 5 minutes break, we will start again.
Recording stopped.
But I prefer your continuous connection, because once we are disconnected, then there can be some problem of reconnection as well. And I am still continuing. Our colleague, Ms. Amanda, will join later on. Right. I think now we can continue.
Recording in progress.
So now, with the objective of providing optimum crop growth factors to the crop, we do land preparation, and the land preparation is done in 3 steps, or land preparation practices can be categorized into 3 categories. They are primary land preparation, secondary land preparation, and intercultivation. So what are those 3 steps? We will discuss little bit in detail. So the first thing is to understand that there are 3 categories of land preparation practices: primary land preparation, secondary land preparation, and intercultivation practices. So as the word says, the primary land preparation is the primary things, the first land preparation practices. First practice. Now, if we are going to establish our crop in a completely new land, we call virgin land, then we start with the clearance of the land. And if there are trees that are going to disturb our cultivation, we have to remove them. It is not just slashing, it may be uprooting and slashing of the trees. That is considered as jungle felling if there is a jungle. So, of course, when the jungles are destroyed, cleared, there are many environmental issues. So one can argue that during agriculture, the natural environment is destroyed, and that is a problem. We have to accept that, but now it is necessary to have food production. Now, according to the condition of the availability of forest, jungles in countries, they are deciding about the allocation of new lands to agriculture or not. Unfortunately, in our country, it is not considered. And there are countries where there are restrictions for land clearing or jungle felling. So in those countries, they have cultivated all possible limit of the land. Now they have maximally utilized the natural forest for cultivation, and there are no more new forests are given for cultivation. Then what is their method of increasing the productivity? Because the population is increasing. Now they do many things. One is that now they are improving the productivity, increasing the yield with the use of new techniques, new technologies, new machineries, and by doing that, they reduce the damage to the environment as well as increase the productivity. So the other thing is sometimes they purchase or import the required crop products from some other countries, maybe. So anyway, what is primary land preparation? That is the clearing the land to make it suitable. Now, sometimes the very rich, valuable forests are cleared. Now, if it is for agriculture, that is land preparation for crop establishment. Now, now this is a land clearance clearing forest, jungle felling, in order to construct houses or give residential areas for people. Now, this is done in our country. Now, this is an area near to Vilpattu National Park. But if it is...
Excuse me, sir. Jungle felling is the jungle felling is clearing එලිපෙහෙලි කරන එකද?
Yes, yes. Now, if it is a real jungle, then it is we clear the jungle. Sometimes it is not a real jungle, but it may be some with abandoned land or with some bushes or some kind of vegetation is there. But it is not always a jungle. If there is a jungle of forest trees, that is jungle felling. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now once we slash the trees, uproot the trees or whatever, if we remove the plants, then after that, the next step is cleaning that area. So we have to clean the land. If there was a forest or not, the cleared land should be cleaned now. Now, during that cleaning, if it was a new land, virgin land with a forest like this, then you need to remove these fallen branches, stems, logs or whatever. Or if you had a crop cultivated in your land, then like this in after harvesting of a paddy field, we have to remove the stubble and weeds. Stubble, weeds, you understand what are the weeds? Then stubble means the ipanella, that means the residue of the crop after harvest, the remaining parts of the crop plant. So the remaining stubble, weeds or fallen trees after cleaning and clearing is done by using maybe machineries, by using hand equipment like mammoties. It has to be removed. And sometimes some growers, some farmers, they use burning of the plant residues as a method of cleaning. So here, as I requested you to comment on the different color of the coconut or the word coconut. And now here the burning is mentioned in red color and with a question mark. Do you also have a question regarding this burning as a method of cleaning? Usually the farmers are using burning as a method of cleaning. How do you think? Have you any comments? Do you have any comments?
It isn't a good cleaning method.
I am asking that question as well. I have that question in my mind. Is it a good method of cleaning, burning? Why there is a question in my mind? When I look at burning, I can see that there are some advantages of burning. And I have some questions coming into my mind when I am looking at this burning. And sometimes I have doubt whether it is a good method of cleaning, as you put the question like me. So you also have the same question. Now, what are your answers? So what are the good things, if there are any good things? What are the bad things, if you have any doubt or any bad aspects of burning? So
It
quickly,
has a bad aspects.
what are the bad aspects?
Burning some organisms, destroying the soil profile.
Burning can destroy some beneficial organisms. Some are in the soil, soil beneficial microorganisms, or maybe burning of the habitats, breeding sites of beneficial organisms like some beneficial insects, pollinators.
Animal deprive their habitat.
Yes, the habitats are destroyed, the birds are destroyed, birds' nests are destroyed, then completely the ground cover is destroyed, and the destroyed ground cover will be a reason for soil erosion. And but as an advantage, farmers are thinking about the easiness of next steps of land preparation, because after burning, so everything has gone. Now the next thing can be done easily because there are no uh, residues, only few log sources, few uh, plant parts are available. Now these can be collected and burned further or make a heap somewhere else. Now another point is given by some farmers. They say that the ash fallen on the ground after burning, those that means it contains some minerals, elements, so it can be considered as a fertilizer.
It gives to calcium.
It gives maybe calcium or some other nutrients, some other elements as well. But when the burning is carried out, the higher percentage of ashes, minerals are oxidized and lost from the soil, lost from the place. They are taken with the wind. Some majority, higher amount of ashes will be taken away with the wind. And the other thing is, most of the valuable minerals, including maybe ferrous, maybe calcium, potassium, they are oxidized, and the oxidized molecules will be released to the atmosphere, and the environmental pollution will be there. Ashes.
It will maybe air pollution.
Yes, environmental pollution, including air pollution, pollution of waterways, then breathing problems. So many disadvantages are there. Only few advantages like easiness in next step of land preparation, easiness of cleaning, low cost method, but the cost of environmental pollution or environmental cost of burning is very high. So we have to be careful about burning. If we take a decision on burning, then we have to think a little bit in deep whether we are going to do cleaning by burning or not. It may be essential in certain cases when there are some unwanted plants, weed plants, that are necessary to be destroyed by burning. If there are any crop residues with diseases or pests that are to be burned, then we have to go for burning. Otherwise, we have to think carefully. Right, okay. So once we do the cleaning, we are going for the next steps of land preparation. Primary land preparation practices. Now the next steps are like, so we start with the ploughing. What is ploughing? It is turning of the soil, of certain layer of the soil into a certain depth. Now, with the turning of the soil, we do breaking and loosening the soil. And this is done normally at the beginning of the rain. I can remember some of you mentioned about the difficulties in land preparation, and you said that irrigation makes easy for land preparation. That is true, but normally the primary land preparation is done at the beginning of the rain or at the onset of the rain. So we start with.
It breaks hard pan of soil.
it breaks hard pan. Sometimes it is required breaking hard pan uh, to make it easy for the germinating seeds or plants to start growth and development. Sometimes the breaking of hard pan is avoided in some cases. We'll talk about it later. But generally, yes, hard pan is broken during ploughing. So the objectives of ploughing are mainly to control weed plants, to loosen the soil, increase infiltration. That means the infiltration of water into deep layers when we do
වැස්සීම.
irrigation. Yes, what is that?
ගැඹුරු වැස්සීම.
Yes, that is the penetration of water into deep layers, into the deeper soil layers from the surface to deep layers, infiltration. Then the methods we are adapting for land preparation, that is now with the use of animal as the power source, using some mechanical equipments like plow, manual ploughing using mammoths, and the equipments like these small board plow, this plow are used in land preparation. So when you are coming for the sessions, practical sessions, at the end of the course, physically at our faculty, so some of these equipments will be demonstrated, or you can see if you have not seen or have no experience of observing this on the field in reality. So anyway, that was about the primary land preparation, the initial land preparation. So that is done on completely new land, virgin soil, or on a field with previously carried out land preparation. For an example, now this is paddy field where we had a harvest earlier, and now we carry out land preparation again. What is the name for those practices? Tillage practices. Then, once we complete the primary land preparation practices, we carry out the secondary land preparation practices, their next steps. Now, earlier, during primary land preparation practices, we turn the soil, break the soil, loosening the soil, and then in secondary practices, those big soil particles, big soil colloids are broken into small particles to obtain the fine seed bed, means the seed bed with fine smaller particles. So equipments used for secondary land preparation, time tillers, harrows, disc harrow, rotavator, and tooth harrows. Now, like this, we hope to demonstrate or show you this in the practical session in the premises, our faculty premises. So once we do harrowing, the next step is, after doing harrowing, that means now the soil colloids particles are now smaller, suitable for next step. Next step is leveling. We know that before establishment of a crop, we have to level the land. Otherwise, different plants will be receiving different water levels, different amounts of water. If the land is not leveled, some plants will be covered by water, some plants will not receive water at all. So we need to give the uniform level of water and other factors to all the plants. Therefore, we do leveling of the land. So how much we do leveling, how much we do land preparation, it is determined with the certain factors. So we have to decide how much we are going to do land preparation. That means time, how many times, and how much extent of land preparation. Then time of land preparation. It is decided by the moisture content of soil. You had a good idea earlier also. You said that irrigation or moisture is required for land preparation, otherwise it is difficult. And the other thing is sometimes moisture content is suitable for land preparation, but farmers had no choice. Maybe their choice will be based on the availability of funding or financial resources. So moisture content and farmer's choice will decide the time of land preparation. Then extent of land preparation, when we say extent means how much, what is the weightage given for land preparation. So there are two important criteria of land preparation. They are degree of land preparation and depth of land preparation. Degree of land preparation, that means how many times we are going to use land preparation practices for a given land area. That is determined by several factors. Type of the crop, whether it is rice, sweet potato, maize, or some other crop. Then, depending on the soil type, the degree of land preparation is decided, and the type of crop growth, whether the crop is fast growing or slow growing. If it is a fast growing crop, we have to provide more smaller particles and fine soil so that it will quickly absorb the required nutrients. If the crop is slowly growing, then the root system is slowly developing, and the land preparation is not that much required, because so a root system itself can start the penetration with the slow steps of growing. Then, what is the depth of land preparation? Usually, land preparation depth is decided by the root system. How deep root system is going on. So we have to facilitate easy growth of root system. One can say that in some soils, root system is penetrated 10 centimeters. In another one, it may be 30 centimeters, depending on the soil. But there is a recommendation for the root system given by relevant authorities. And if the recommendation says that root system is penetrating 25 centimeters, so then better if we can have depth of land preparation carried out up to 30 centimeters. So we can say like that, 30 centimeter depth is required, 2 or 3 times land preparation is required, but farmers are not doing all of those actions. Why? There are some problems related with land preparation. One of the major issues in land preparation in our country is lack of financial resources, lack of capital. If there is no money, then maybe land preparation practices will be reduced. Then another thing is the topography, how slopy the land is. In slopy lands, topography is not allowing us to make some land preparation practices. Then the machines, tractors are not possible to be used in slopy lands. We have to go for manual and land preparation. Then the problem of labor availability will be there. If there are no person to cultivate my land, do land preparation in my land, then I have to either do it by myself or I have to hire people at higher rate. That will increase the cost of production. So the other problems that are related with land preparation, I can remember that some of you mentioned, I think it's that you mentioned about the environmental pollution. Then you mentioned about the breaking of the topsoil or top crust of the soil. Is it a problem or not? In some soils, it is okay. In some cases, the breaking of the soil crust is inducing soil erosion. Then what to do? Anyway, there was another step of land preparation we have mentioned, intercultivation. What is that? Once we establish the crop in rows or whatever, when the crop is growing, we know that our weeds are not destroyed permanently. There are seeds and other propagules fallen on the ground. They can be germinated again and again. So we need to do some preparation or land changing, land preparation practices after crop establishment. They are named as intercultivation practices. So we know that in between plant rows, there are weeds. We have to remove weed plants. That is weeding. Then in order to give more loosened soil, aeration into the soil, we have to go for forking. That is the use of fork to make the soil loosened and well aerated. Then earthing up. What is earthing up? It is the gathering collection of soil around the base of the plant, around the collar region of the plant. Now this mammoth holder is doing earthing up of the crop. Now after establishment, when the plants are growing, maybe due to the irrigation, sometimes we have to, now we can observe that once we do irrigation, the soil particles at the base of the plant is washed away. So we have to cover that place, cover that area again. So we do earthing up. Then in some crops, like potato, the tubers are produced at the base of the plant, not in deep soil layers. So we have to do earthing up of potatoes. So many plants need that type of a support or attention given by gathering soil into the base of the plant, that is earthing up. So after completing all the land preparation practices, then the next step is the seed bed preparation. Now the prepared land actually.
What is forking?
Can you please repeat it?
What is forking?
Wow, okay, good question. So forking means now I mentioned that we need to make the soil more aerated with smaller particles, and we need to loosen the soil. So we do that using the instrument fork. So working with the fork to loose the soil, aerating the soil, it is named as forking. මුල්ලු කිරීම නැත්නම් මුල්ලුව භාවිතා කරන උපකරණ මුල්ලුව භාවිතා කරලා කරන ක්‍රියාවට තමයි කියන්නේ මුල්ලුව කිරීම කියලා මම හිතනවා සිංහලෙන්ම කියනවා කියලා. So in English we use the fork instrument, and that instrument usage is named as forking. Now see that in this piece of land, here the land is prepared but nothing is established. So here there is an established crop in this piece of the land. So now before establishment of the crop on the prepared land, prepared means now we have done primary land preparation, we have done secondary land preparation. Have we done intercultivation? No, because intercultivation practices are carried out after establishment of the crop. So after primary and secondary land preparations, we need to prepare the beds for planting. A seed bed or seedling bed is the environment where the seeds or seedlings are planted. Now, we know that beds are required for, if we consider about ourselves, we require beds for resting, sleeping. But for the plants, plant propagules, seeds or other parts of the plant, to establish a crop, we need a place for lying, establishing, keeping planting material. In the nurseries or field planting, we know that sometimes we prepare the land to establish crops directly into the field. Now, in the paddy field, for an example, the paddy fields are prepared for field planting of rice using seeds or maybe seedlings. That where the seedlings are prepared in the nursery. So we are going to discuss about nurseries and nursery management later today. But for the nurseries also we need nursery beds. So we prepare nursery beds, we prepare fields for planting. In both cases, we need to prepare beds. So in bed preparation, soil should be plowed to a required depth and work to a very fine tilt. Work to fine tilt means prepare the soil into a condition with small tiny particles. So how we achieve the fine particles, fine tilt, that is done by several practices, actions of harrowing. What is harrowing? We mentioned earlier that harrowing is the breaking of big soil colloids, big particles into small particles. Once we do it, the next step is leveling the seed bed. So, what are the types of seed beds? That means what type of places are prepared for establishing crops or lying of the planting material. Now see, here the seeds are shown here. Another type of bed is there. Maybe large area with flat land but prepared with ploughing and harrowing. Beds are prepared. What are those things? We will see them in detail. wherever we do land preparation, maybe on a seed bed, maybe on a nursery bed, or maybe in the field, the most commonly used bed type. Now, maybe you think that hole is not a bed. No, what is the definition of seed bed? A place to put our seedling or put a seed so that it will be germinated. Now, planting holes are place for germination of seeds or establishing a seedling. Now, you will discuss about the nurseries where the seedlings are prepared. So to establish a seedling like this is a seedling, a plant developed from a seed. So planting holes are prepared on the raised bed or flat beds. We will see what are the raised beds, what are the flat beds. Normally, the planting holes are prepared in the wet zone, but planting holes are prepared in the seed beds and other types of planting places in dry zone as well. So I'm repeating, planting hole is a common type of seed bed. It can be considered as a separate type of seed bed, or planting holes are prepared on other types of beds. For an example, the second type, flat beds. What does it mean? The whole land is prepared as a single place, no separation into beds. The land is prepared by primary and secondary land preparations, leveled, but there is no raised level. There is no raised level. But this method is not recommended for low country. Why? Because during the low country means that is the area where we have heavy rains, heavy rainfall, higher amount of rains that will be flooding these type of flatbeds easily. So in order to prevent the damages caused by heavy rains, we do preparation of different types of beds in the areas with heavy rains. But for dry zone, or maybe in upcountry, where the drainage is okay, the flat beds can be used. Then in low country, sometimes we use flat beds in some crops. What is that crop? A crop that can tolerate or that can be grown in under the flooded conditions. What is that crop?
Paddy.
Yes, of course. So paddy is a common crop grown in low country as well, with the establishment on flat beds. Then there are raised beds where the flat beds are not suitable. The beds are prepared. Now see this picture. If there are heavy rains or heavy waterfall, flooded condition, the raised beds, if the plants are established on these raised beds, then the damage by flooding can be minimized. It can be easily drained, so it facilitates the drainage. So raised beds are suitable for wet zone and for rainy seasons. And then another thing we have to mention that sometimes raised beds are used in the dry zone also. It depends on the crop as well. Some crops require higher rate of root growth. Tubers are produced. So in that case, maybe raised beds are more suitable. So raised beds are prepared by using this type of preparation, or else we can use a kind of a case we call plant trough, used to prepare a raised condition for the plant. Then there are sunken beds. Now, it is these beds. Now, this is just a comparison. Now, these are raised beds. So please don't misunderstand that these are raised beds. So the bed is raised higher than the normal soil level. But here, the bed is sunken. Now, what is the difference? Here, if the water is given or if the rain is coming, water fallen on the bed will be easily drained, removed from the bed so that there is no accumulation of water. But here, if the water is given or if the rains are there, water will fill this bed. Why? Because this is at lower level. So this is a cross section of such a sunken bed. Sometimes it is named as basin system. So basin means a place where the water is accumulated. So basin system or sunken bed system is suitable for dry zone or in dry seasons, where we require some conservation of moisture, collection of water in the bed itself. So the irrigation occasion or irrigation number of irrigation occasions will be
Excuse me, sir.
reduced. Yes. Yes.
Is that the subsurface irrigative method?
Sunken bed is not a subsurface irrigation method. It is just collection of water on the bed that is prepared at a lower level than the soil surface. Subsurface means if we provide water into a sublayer, into some underground layer, that is subsurface irrigation. Now, these are surface irrigation methods. Now, with that question, I would like to say, when you prepare the beds, you have to consider about the method you are going to do irrigation. Now, if you put water using a hose like this, or if you turn water flow into this bed, that is filling water into this bed, and it is filled on the surface. So that is surface irrigation. So when we talk about irrigation, then there will be a reference to subsurface irrigation, surface irrigation, then micro irrigation. So depending on the method you are going to use for irrigation, yes, the method of bed preparation should be compatible with that. Then another type of seed bed prepared, it is a little bit specific type, preparing the seed beds with,
Is that a කලගෙඩිජල සම්පාදනය?
what is that?
කලගෙඩිය කල මැටි මුට්ටි වලලලා.
No, that is a subsurface irrigation method using pot irrigation, or we call it a pitcher irrigation or pitcher irrigation. That is a subsurface irrigation method. So if you are going to use pitchers, pots for irrigation, then during land preparation, you have to make some facility or keep a place for keeping that pitcher or pot into the soil. So anyway, we'll have to talk about that during the method of, I mean, during the discussion about irrigation. So some of the seed beds are facilitating irrigation. Now, ridge and furrows. We prepare ridges and furrows. Now, see, there is a ridge and a furrow. This sketch is also clear. Now, in a cross section, we can see there is a ridge prepared and there is a furrow, ridge, a furrow, another ridge, like that.
ඇලිතිහාසී මේ තීරුණේද?
Oh, yes, in Sinhala, I don't know. Ali, some say
ඇලිහා වැටි.
Vati and Vati, Alisaha Vatikramaya or something like that. So ridge is the Vatia, Ali means the furrow. So ridge and furrow system. Now, usually the planting is done on the ridge, and in some rare occasions, if the crop require submerged condition, maybe we can use furrows for planting, but the usual common method of establishment is on the ridges. So ridge and furrow method is used in many occasions or with many requirements. When the drainage is poor in the soil, when the irrigation is required, we use ridge and furrow method. So the furrow is used to provide water. See, through the furrow, water can be given. Then in some crops, ridge and furrow method is used not only for irrigation, it is to facilitate the production of pods or tubers. Now, when we establish groundnut, in order to facilitate the development of groundnut pod, we have to plant the groundnut on ridges. So easily we can cover the developing pods by the soil by earthing up from the furrow. Then in potato cultivation also, or in other tuber crop production, cassava, manioc, sweet potato, the ridge and furrow method can be used for crop establishment. So with the special requirements of some crops, we use ridge and furrow method. And in addition to that, furrow irrigation method can be done in the field if you have established the crop using ridge and furrow method. So after preparing the land by one of those methods, so after preparing the seed beds by using one of those methods, we are going to do the crop establishment. That means now the field is ready for planting or establishing the crop. So that may be ultimate step of preparation, or that is the beginning of the growth of our crop. Now, for the establishment of the crop, the farmers, they are using different methods. Now, this is a common and maybe familiar picture for you. Farmers do crop establishment with the usage of seeds like this farmer, or sometimes
Parachute method?
no, this is not the parachute method. There are methods of establishment. Now this is use of seeds for establishment, and this one is the use of seedlings prepared in a nursery. And parachute method is also similar to this. In that method, we use a ready-made seedling with the soil plug, and they are specially prepared on a bubble tray. So we are going to talk about that. Good that you remember about the parachute method. Parachute method is also one method of the establishment of rice crop. Yes, it is true. So we can use either seeds or seedlings. So whatever the method we use during crop establishment, we have some objectives. So how would you define that objective, or how would you complete this sentence? Establishment of a cropland population in a way that they means crop. If you are writing this sentence, how you would complete that? All of you, please unmute your microphone and just tell it verbally. No need to type. It will be saving our time. Yes, Teshan. Shehari, can you continue this sentence?
Sorry, sir, I can't that.
Now, when we do crop establishment, we had already prepared the land. After that, we are using a method to establish the crop. And after establishment, what we expect from the crop. So, establishment of a cropland population in a way that in a way that crop is then.
Acclimatization.
Crop is, can you please repeat?
Acclimatization.
Crop is getting adapted to the climate or acclimatize. That is one thing we expect. But generally, any other person, any other student, please? What we expect from the crop? Or we want the crop to be grown well. Simply we can say like that. In a way that they
grown in prosperity.
Grown in prosperity, grow well, give good yield. Or when they grow well, when they have the prosperity, when they are receiving the optimum conditions of crop growth factors, optimum levels of crop growth factors. So we do crop establishment in a way that they receive optimum level of crop growth factors. They are grown well. They produce a good yield. So those are many possible continuation of this sentence. Hope you have taken all the possible choices or whatever, right? So to give optimum crop growth factors, we establish crops using two common methods. One, as I mentioned earlier, I am repeating, sowing seeds. The other one is transplanting seedlings. So those two types of materials, seeds or seedlings, they are named as planting material. Materials used for the establishment of the crop, they are named as planting material. So there are different types of planting material used by us. Seeds, the most common method. Then seedlings prepared in the nurseries like this, in the plug or self-plug nurseries. And there are nursery beds prepared. We are going to discuss about that in a later part of our session. Then we use some plant parts to establish crops, cuttings of the stem, cuttings of the leaves, and sometimes we use tissue cultured plants, vegetative parts of the plants, different types of vegetative parts.
Runners, tubers, bryophyllums.
This is a runner. This is a bryophyllum plant, yes, Acapana, and vegetative combs, or maybe rhizomes, whatever the vegetative parts, yes. So all those possible planting materials are used to establish crops. Most common one is seed. So
micropropagative systems.
Yes, these are the systems or
Tissue culture.
we mentioned about tissue cultured plants, and in addition to tissue culture, there are other micropropagation methods that are not to be discussed now. No time for that. And yes, what do you say?
Totipotency.
No, that is not a method of, it is not a planting material. Totipotence means it is a characteristic of plant cells and tissues that can be discussed maybe probably in another session if you have a chance to discuss about micropropagation or tissue culture. Right. So using totipotence, we produce tissue cultured plants. That is true. It is the totipotence means the potential of cells or tissues to produce a new plant or plantlet. Right. So whatever we do, we are expecting a good production out of our plants. So for that, we need to maintain our crop, manage our crop properly. Seedling means establish at field. Some people tell seedlings is divide seeds for people. Now, I can't get it properly. Can you please say it verbally? Seedling means a plantlet developed from a seed. That is the meaning of seedling. I don't have any idea about the other meaning what you are mentioning. So, if you want to elaborate, please unmute your microphone and please let me know what is your question.
Pishankuraya.
Bijapala means seedling means bijapala, a plant developed from a seed. But there is a text message that I am reading that is about seedling means divide seeds for people.
Premature plant.
Now, yes, those are meanings of seedling. There is a question or idea from Prabhuda. Now, if you can please unmute your microphone and give me the question verbally.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Some cells seedling is divide seeds for peoples.
No, I don't have. I think it is some misunderstanding.
Yes, some are tell. Therefore, I ask from you.
No. Yeah, it's good that you raised the question.
Yes.
That is distribution of seeds among people. Maybe we can say that use the word distribution of seeds. But seedling means a new plant produced by a seed. Usually we use the word seedling.
Nomeru palaya.
New. No, not only immature plant. නොමේරු විතරක් නෙමෙයි. අපි ටිකක් පැලේ මේරුවට පස්සේ වුණත් අපි කියන්නේ seedling එකක් කියලා. Now there are seedling tea plantations. If the plantation is established using seedlings, even after getting maturity, we name that plantation as a seedling plantation. Then there are vegetatively grown plantations as well. So anyway, we need to think about the maintenance of the crop after establishment in order to get a good harvest. So if I correctly pronounce that name of that, student who raised the question, Prabhuda, I hope we clarify the meaning of seedling. Good that I knew about that usage of that word in a different way, but that is, I think, some misunderstanding. So next session,
සර් සහිත කියන එක ප්‍රබුද ඇට සහිත ඇටයක් තියෙන අර බීජය අංකුරයකින් හටගන්නවා කියන එක තමයි මම හිතන්නේ ප්‍රබුද කියන්නේ.
නෑ ප්‍රබුද්ධ කියන්නේ ස්ටුඩන්ට් එකේ නම අපේ එයා තමයි මට ප්‍රශ්නේ එව්වේ ඔයාලගේ ස්ටුඩන්ට් කෙනෙක්.
So sorry.
No, it's okay. Now, my colleague Miss Amanda is already here, so we will have a break and continue the session. Thank you very much for your attention given, the questions, your response. That was highly valuable. And so, shall we start at 11:35? Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So then we will start at 11:35. Not with me, but with Amanda Madam. She is now already here. So thank you again for your participation, attention given, interest shown to everybody, especially who helped me to develop the discussion. I hope to meet you again in another session in latter part of the course. All the best and good learning to you, all of you. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And I again warmly welcome you all for the day 2, the second day of the module Agronomic Practices. And hope you got some more information on land preparation and crop establishment by Dr. Anavira. And thank you, sir, for handing over this session for me. And from now onwards, we will be looking at something related to crop. Of course, the crop related activity. So now you know about how you should prepare the environment for a good condition for the crop cultivation. And as you may have asked questions from sir, and what you know up to now from whatever you have learned early, so everyone can understand that we need some more changes in the environment, as this is the artificial, this is kind of an artificial environment. This is not natural. In agriculture, we make the environment suitable for the crop cultivation. So again, I'm moving on to another topic. So this is also related to crop cultivations, especially, but in the sense of agriculture, everyone needs to practice this activity too. So we'll see what it is about. So hope you all can see this now.
Recording in progress.
right? So what is crop management? So crops are grown in agricultural lands, supplying the inputs for the crop growth. So now you know that this specific crop management activity is carried out in a kind of an artificial environment, right? So crops are grown in agricultural lands. So whatever the place that you are selected with, it belongs to a kind of an agricultural land, right? So maybe it is outdoor. If not, it should be indoors. Whatever the land usage is, we call it agricultural lands. So these agricultural lands are then prepared according to your requirement. So maybe you have studied about land preparation. So it is outdoor cultivation. So it depends on the type of cultivation that you are doing. And however, this land should comprise with crops. So other than that, after you have finished the preparation of the land for the usage of your cultivation, then you are going to supply some inputs, right? Supplying the inputs for the crop growth. So crops need the requirements for the crop growth. So maybe some part of these requirements are freely available in the environment, and if not, sometimes it may not for some areas, and there are some main essentials that growers need to or tend to supply for the specific crop cultivation. So whatever, we will discuss the inputs later, what these inputs are. However, there is a kind of a supplying of inputs to these agricultural lands with the crop. Then crop growth factors affect for the production of crops. So now you know about crop growth factors, whatever the fact or factor that will contribute for the growth of the crops. So these crop growth factors mainly affect for the production of crops. So we actually expect the production out of this system. So when it comes to the production, these crop growth factors have a direct influence for the production of crops. So without this direct influence, there will be no any successful production. Of course, there may be some production of the crops. Eventually, some amount of production will come out as the yield, but it is not the expected amount without these crop growth factors that are successfully supplied. Cultivations are facilitated by many inputs, right? All these cultivations, all the artificial that are manipulated by the growers are facilitated by many inputs. So can you give me some inputs that growers need to be given to the agricultural lands? So if you have a kind of a crop cultivation, what you supply as an input, as kind of inputs to the system?
Fertilizer, water.
Yes. So these are very common inputs. Input means you are inserting something to the system, that you are providing something to the system, right? Water, fertilizer here. So these are very common.
Manure,
Manure, let's say manure again. So it is a little bit different from fertilizers. What else?
seedlings, seeds.
Okay. Oh, yes. So that depends on the specific crop type that you are maintaining. Whatever it is, we let's say all these types of seeds or seedlings, they will start the cultivation. They will be activated as planting material for the plantation or the cultivation. You need to have planting materials from the specific crop type that you have chosen. So, right? So some crops can be started from seeds and some are from seedlings and many other types of, if not propagules, planting materials or propagules are available. Yes, that is also an input to the agricultural system or this agricultural land. If there are any other types of inputs, so these are very common, and probably you all have heard about these inputs. So I think without these inputs that you have given me as answers, we cannot expect a kind of a crop cultivation itself, right? So almost all these, yes. What else?
Infrastructure facilities like water, electricity, transportation.
Yes. As a whole, we will call it infrastructure facilities. අපි කියන යටි machines. Yes, machine. Sometimes we are in a need to use machines at some points. Yes. Yes. Then weed management. Yes. So can you repeat your answer?
Manual, like mammothing.
Yes, mammothing. So these are actions: weed management, mammothing, pest management. So these are coming under this crop management, of course. So these are activities. So at this point, I'm asking about some inputs as objects, some object materials that you can insert into the system, supply to the system. So yes, so all these are correct, and some activities are there. These are coming under crop management, so we will look at that. So I think now you know there are a number of inputs. Right? There are a number of inputs, and that depends on the specific crop cultivation also, right? And the environment, and there are many factors that you need to consider for your cultivation when it comes to selecting inputs. So that is different, but however, you know about inputs, that's true, and that's good. And however, all these practices are not sufficient enough to reach the optimum production. So of course, at this point, you may have an agricultural land with you, and you have supplied with all the inputs, including planting materials, and seems everything is nice and everything is supplied, and all the things are ready for the startup of the crop cultivation. That's true. But however, all these are not sufficient enough to reach the optimum production, right? Maybe when I'm asking about more about inputs, you may have given, and you have given me some answers, so that is coming under the next section. Even though you have supplied with all the required materials, requirements with you, you need to start the cultivation and do some activities in this, right? So that is what we need to talk about next, and that will help you to reach the optimum production of your crop cultivation. And other practices are required to manage the inputs and the crop. So this is regarding actually on these two types of managing. One is the crop management. It means you're going to manage the growth behavior, maybe the growth required things and everything about the crop. Whatever related to crop will be managed. And at the same time, you need to manage another thing, that is inputs that you are supplying. Right? So even though we are, as a whole, we call it this as crop management, but it is having inside. So the term in itself inside is having this input management at the same time. Crop means whatever related to crops, right? So at some point, all the inputs that you are supplying to the system will affect the crop. Maybe sometimes we hope the positive influence of this influence of inputs to the crop material, crop plants, but sometimes it may be negative at the same time, right? So we need to have the capacity, we have to have that understanding to select the type of inputs which the crop is expecting and the influences it is having from the inputs, right? All the things, all these are coming under management, right? Crop management. So all together we will be talking about as crop management. So I hope you are clear with that. And we'll see what is meant by actually these principles of crop management, right? So as a whole, usually in study purposes, we used to define things right? Definition, we call it a definition. So why we need a definition? So it gives the fullest meaning of the specific subject that we are going to talk about, right? The exact meaning of the term, the few terms, principles of crop management is what, right? So it's a group of agricultural practices used to improve the growth, development, and ultimately the yield of the crops. So this is the definition given for the principles of crop management. So the principles, it means there are a few types of principles. It's not just one, there are few, right? Principles of crop management. So altogether, these principles are activities. Those are practices. Even though it is a kind of a principle in specific subjects, the principal term, it varies, right? So in this sense, in agriculture, we need, other than the crops and the inputs, we need to perform some activities. We need to do some practices, right? Altogether, sometimes maybe you have heard about cultural practices, right? So these are principles. These practices are principles. Of course, these are practical things, but they are considered as principles, right? So principle means, in this scenario, a group of agricultural practices. So this group of things include many things, right? A group of agricultural practices. So now you're using it for what? To improve the growth, right? The crop growth is important. Without the growing of the crop, you cannot expect the return as yield. So you need to improve the growth. So even you are not performing some practices in your cultivation, it will somehow grow. Maybe you have heard and seen some abandoned lands, right? So even weeds are growing very well, but you are not having an influence with them. But however, they will grow very nicely without any influence from the humans, right? So it will grow somehow. Even you are introducing some plants or crops to the system, but you are not managing it very well, and it is left alone or left whatever, it is left alone. So you are not performing any actions, even though also you can expect some growth of the plants. That's true. But we need an improved growth in this section, because we are expecting something as a kind of an output as yield. So then the growth should be improved growth. So then you are using these practicals or the principles of crop management to improve the growth. That is one thing. And then the development. Development is not the same as growth. It is different, right? What comes first, growth or development?
Growth.
Growth, right? So it is common for all living beings. Without growth, you cannot expect development. So development comes after the starting of this growth, right? If something is not growing, you cannot expect development. At some point of the growth of the specific development of a living being or a living organism, you will expect, you can see, right? You can easily see the development from the morphology. So when a plant grows, so I will take the example from the plants, right? So if a crop grows, so you will see some things after the crop growth has started as something called development, right? So without growth, you cannot expect development. So at some point of the growth cycle, it will emerge as development. So development is also important, right? So maybe if you can remember, we have talked about this vegetative phase and the reproductive phase. Actually, the reproduction at itself, right? In any organism, reproduction itself is a development activity. Without the growth of a animal or a plant, we cannot expect reproduction. Like that, development comes after the growth has already started. And after thinking about this improved growth, then the development will be targeted, and ultimately the yield of the crops, and also any other activity. So this also comprise this. So this term is very broad, right? So it is different from crop to another. So I will give you some examples. growth, development. So other than these two, we'll add this term to define, to notify that whatever other practice that the specific crop needs for the optimization of the yield, right? And ultimately, whatever it is necessary or mandatory for the crop cultivation, for the improvement, for the ultimately the yield of the crops, improve the growth, development, and the yield, right? Whatever any other practice that will cause improved yield, that is also coming under crop management. So from one crop to another, it is different. And also from one crop category to another crop category, also it is different. So the specific functions or practices you are performing for the food crops, maybe from vegetables to the fruits, it is different, right? Even though it is different, all the activities are coming under crop management, principles of crop management. That is why you will see many different and same actions are performed in crop systems, crop cultivations. So these are coming as principles. So it should be done. This principally for this crop, this activity should be done like that, right? So the yield is expected to have in maximum number of quantities with good quality. So this is the ultimate target, right? The maximization. At some point we will call it optimum. It means there will no harm for the plant itself and for any other resources surrounding the crop, but we expect the maximum output from the cropping system, right? So we have already talked about different cropping systems last week, and whatever the system is, it does not depend on any kind of a system. Whatever the agricultural land you are having, the agricultural activity you are having, you expect the maximum return out of it, right? It is in the quantity itself, the number, right? Maximum number means the quantity, maximum number of quantities. How much you are having, how much you are getting out of the system. But it is not enough because you need to have the good quality at the same time, right? Quality management. So that is another managing activity. How you are going to manage its quality, right? So different types of fruits, vegetables, so they have different types of qualities. Maybe its color, the shape, formation, size. Likewise, there are many diameters, many kind of dimensions, right? Dimensions for the defining of the quality of a product, right? It becomes different from one to another. So that is mean the quality, quantity and the quality. So these are two different things. Quantity means the number. In a number you can define it. 100, how much of kilograms or milliliters. Likewise, you can quantify it. You can give. Yes, right? Quantity wise, it means how much you can get out of it, and at the same time the quality. Right? Quality may be how good it is. Very simply, how good it is as a product. Right? So these two things will be expected at the end of this your activities, whatever the activity number of activities, as the yield aspect. In the yield itself, we will look at these two factors, the quantity and the quality. But that is at the end of these practices. That is end of this all practices, we will expect that one, but we need to perform some actions beforehand to improve what? The so-called growth, development, and the yield aspects, right? Whatever that improves, enhance these qualities in a kind of an agricultural system will be known as principles of crop management in the sense of crop cultivations, right? I think it's clear for you now. So if you find any question up to now, you can ask now, because we need to elaborate things further. So if you cannot understand anything up to now, seems it's the best time to clarify all the things. Anyone who is not clear with the things up to now? Right, seems no any. So then we will resume. So as a whole, so it's a kind of a graphical interpretation. Graphically, I am giving you this, whatever I have discussed very simply now, without any kind of principle. So later on, we will talk about principles or these specific agricultural actions we use to perform in this system. Other than that, the crop management, the part of crop management will be given you as a kind of a graphical interpretation here. Simple flowchart for crop management process. So crop, so that is essential. So that is essential for the system. So it will be in the middle. And as we have discussed and as you have given me many answers, so you will supply some things as inputs. Right? And at the end, we will expect the outputs of out of this system.
Raw materials become final outcome.
Yes. Right. So this is a kind of a production process. Maybe you have seen this in sort of factories, right? Factories or production areas, right? So this is very simple. So this is also a system, right? This is also a system, which is not a kind of a manufacturing process. So we will not manufacture something by our own in this system. So it is happening naturally. That's true. But this is also a system. This is also kind of a system. In this system, we will have many interactions with the nature, but we alter these actions in the nature. So plants itself, the crops belongs to nature, right? But we are having some interactions with the nature, but we are in a need of having all these things in our way. So that is the difference, right? In a kind of a manufacturing process or inside of a factory or production area, everything is manipulated by us. Everything is manipulated by the humans. So there will be no any natural things inside, right? So everything, every sort of action, performing action, the machines, labor, everything is something not belongs to nature. It is something man-made, right? But here, inputs, crop, and the outputs will be there. So it is the horizontal way that you can see here. Horizontally, I have given you with the green color arrows, right? So I'm going to introduce you another way. So there are different ways that you can come from inputs to the outputs, right? You can draw many designs. So in here, I have given you another arrow, a blue color arrow, which is coming from inputs to outputs. And inside of this arrow, I'm going to incorporate all the crop management practices. So of course the crop is there, right? But without giving the inputs, and the crop is already there in your land, and you're waiting until it gives you the output. So that is one scenario, one thing you can do. The other way is that on the other way around, you can practice another thing that you are performing other than supplying the inputs to the crop cultivation. You are performing some activities. We call them crop management practices until it gives you the output. So what will be the best way according to your idea? So first and the second pathways. First one is the green color pathway. Green color arrows are there. And the blue color arrow mentions the second pathway. When it comes to the, so we have talked about the definition. So we will ultimately expect the highest or the maximum quantity and the quality out of the yield. We will call it the output. So according to your idea, what pathway among these two will give you the maximum output and the quality from these two? One or two?
Two, from crop management practices.
Yes. So that is correct. I think you all can understand. So allowing all the things happened in its wish and supplying only the inputs and waiting until you get the output is not the best way. You cannot do that. So especially in a cropping cultivation, right? right? I think you can understand the difference, right? Until you get the output from the system, you need to perform some actions, and you are also directly influencing the activities of the system. And you are performing some actions, and you are also directly engaged with the process, right? It is not naturally happening. You are also getting involved in this process. So until it converts, the system converts. So last day we have talked about what cropping systems do, right? It converts, it transforms something to another. Inputs will be changed into the output, right? So in this change, it is happening naturally. That's true. We cannot do that, or we cannot perform that as we are animals. The crops will do the thing, but at the same time it does this conversion inputs to the output. You are also, what happens, you are also allowing and helping the crop to do the task, right? So that is called crop management practices, right? So if you perform these ones, what happens? The output will be enhanced other than the first pathway, right? So that is the brief meaning of this flow chart. I think you can understand that. So to go further of this crop management or the principles of crop management, we need to identify what are those crop management practices. So you know about many practices, but in the sense of this theoretical study. So this is something theoretical. So in this study, what we have considered them as, and at the same time, how we can include these activities into specific groups of activities will be discussed. So after that, we will come to this section, inputs given to the cropping system. Inputs. Right, inputs given to the cropping system. So we have got an idea at this point what these inputs are. So here, if you have not known about the first question, and if you did not get the question, you can now have the answers. Planting materials. So planting material will be anything, right? Any sort of a planting material. Irrigation water. So you have given me the answer as water. So in agriculture, in cropping systems, we call it irrigation water. It means it is not for drinking purposes or washing purposes or something other, right? It is for irrigation, right? So irrigation water, it provides water for the crop growth. We call it irrigation water. It is for none other any purposes, right? It is just for the usage of the plants for their metabolic activities, right? So there are a number of metabolic activities that is happening inside any plant, any crop. So we will facilitate these activities by providing irrigation water. Then the fertilizers, you have given me the answers very correctly, fertilizers, and at the same time pesticides. So the growers have a kind of a another input as pesticide, because we expect these pest incidents in cultivations. So maybe you don't need to have the pesticides with you. That is why I have mentioned that these principles are different from one to another system. However, if you use pesticides, it becomes an input. Then the machines or machinery, right? Machinery, whatever it is related to machinery, it is something that comes out of a conduct of a machine, right? So it becomes the machinery. So that is also an input. And labor, right? Labor is another input. So here in this picture, you will see. So this farmer is spreading or distributing fertilizers to the paddy cultivation, right? So he is now supplying or inserting these fertilizers as an input. So for the input itself is inserted to the system by labor, right? Without labor, maybe you will have to use machines, right, to spread it out. So we need to get the aid of labor. Maybe you will be utilizing humans as labor and sometimes machines. Whatever it is, so usually in Sri Lanka, we used to get the use of labor because we have that one in quantities other than the machinery, because in current scenario, it is very difficult to run a machine, right? So it requires maybe fuel, right? Or many other spare parts, and the labor itself to operate the machine, we need another kind of a labor force. So that is a little bit now difficult in Sri Lanka. So, however, we will perform many actions in the agricultural systems by humans or the labor and technology, right? Even though you have all the things with you, sometimes if you do not know the technology for each and every crop type, that will all the inputs will be in vain, or that is become useless because you don't have the idea that how you should use these inputs. So technology is there, technology or any other theoretical and practical approach. The information about these approaches is required, right? So these are inputs. Mainly these are the inputs given to the cropping system. Likewise, there are some outputs at the same time. Outputs of the cropping system. So after you have supplied all the inputs, you are expecting and you are performing some actions until it gives you something out of this cropping system as output. So the first and the foremost, everyone can understand, I think, we will expect the yield as the output. So it becomes in different ways, maybe fruits, flowers, foliage, fiber, or any other sort of, it means etc., any sort of type of a yield. So that is the desired outcome, right? Our expectation is this. And at the same time, other than these outputs means there are many outputs. Other than the desired outcome, which is the yield, we should expect few other things out of the system. So I have mentioned main ones, crop residues. Right? What are crop residues? Have you heard about this term before? Crop residues, we call it crop residues. So in this picture also you can identify this. So the desired outcome in this is a paddy cultivation, right? So this, however, the grower or the growers have come to the harvesting stage now, and they have reaped their harvest, and they are now collected and have bundled in bundles, and then they are carrying out this.
අවශේෂ.
Yes, අපි කියනවා සිංහලෙන් අවශේෂ. දැන් මෙතනදී අපි කියනවා ඉපනැල්ල කියලා, stubble. So this paddy stubble is there, right? So the yield will be get out of this system as yield. So these people are carrying out the yield out of this system because we need the grains, the paddy grains as the harvest, right? So there are a number of other performing actions until you get the rice on your plate, right? After harvesting, there are a number of actions that we need to perform. So other than that, however, this bundles is having the grains. However, this belongs to whatever the action now onwards will be considered as post-harvest activities, right? Post-harvest activities. So beforehand, whatever these principles of crop management will be considered before the harvesting, until harvesting. Afterwards, we will not talk about principles of crop management because the crop is not available thereafter. So when you are talking about whatever principles of crop management, the crop should be there in the land or the agricultural system. So after harvesting, it is not in the system. It is now removed out of the system. So crop residues means whatever left in the agricultural system after you have harvested the crop, right? So in the sense of, for an example, in the paddy cultivation, so up to some extent, up to some sort of a height, the paddy plant will be there left in the field. So we call it stubble, ඉපනැල්ල කියලා කියන සිංහලෙන්. So that will be not harvested, right? That will be remained inside the agricultural system for a specific amount of time. So that is also an output, because for the production of this part also our input has been wasted, right? So our inputs is there in the stubble itself also. So that is why for the example of these paddy cultivations, it is advised not to destroy all these left residues. So we will get the use of these crop residues as well, because these are also carrying out our inputs. So we have many other ways that we can use these crop residues. For an example, we can use this as manure for the next season. Right? We can make it make it maybe degraded there itself in the agricultural system, and at some point the stubble will be added to the soil, and that becomes degrade, and the nutrients that the stubble is having will be again collected in the soil itself, and the soil is rich with nutrients, right? So maybe you have heard about that the extension officers and agricultural officers are saying not to fire them up. So when there's a usual practice among the farmers, the paddy farmers, so beforehand they are starting the next cultivation, they will fire them up, right? So the firing means the nutrients that the stubble is carrying will not be added to the soil. It will be converted into another chemical compositions, right? It becomes ash at the end, right? Ash is not so ash is also having the nutrients, so that is true, but not in the expected way that the stubble is carrying, right? So if we can make it degraded in the agricultural system itself, we can get more nutrients out of the stubble to the soil. So that is an example, right? So maybe in different forms of
the nutrition.
Yes, so it's a kind of a recycling activity, right? අපි කියන ප්‍රතිචක්‍රීකරණයක් කරනවා කියලා. මේ ඉපැනැල්ලේ ඉතුරු වෙලා තියෙන නියුට්‍රියන්ට්ස් ප්‍රමාණයකුත් තියෙනවා. මේ ප්‍රමාණයම අපිට මේක විනාශ කරොත් අපිට නැති වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා තමයි සමහර විට ඔයගොල්ලෝ අහලා ඇති වී වගාවේදී නම් අපි කියනවා මේක ගිනි තියන්න එපා. හරි ඉපැනැල්ල ගිනි තියන්න එපා. මේ ටික නැවත මේ පසට එකතු වෙනකන් දි รา පත් වෙන්න ඩිග්‍රේඩ් කරන්න. දි รา පත් වෙන්න ඉඩ අරින්න කියනවා. හරි එතකොට අපේ ඉන්පුට්ස් මේ ඉපැනැල්ලෙත් තියෙනවා. මේ ගහේ මුල්ම කොටසනේ මේ තියෙන්නේ ඉතුරු වෙලා. අපි ගන්න ගහේ ඉහළ කොටස. ගහේ පහළ කොටස් වල අර අපි දුන්න ඉන්පුට්ස් ඒ විදිහටම අඩංගු වෙලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපි දුන්න ඒ නියුට්‍රියන්ට්ස් ඔක්කොම විනාශ වෙලා යනවා. සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම විනාශ වෙලා යනවා. අපි මේක ගිනි තිබ්බා. ඒ නිසා තමයි අපි ඇඩ්වයිස් කරන්නේ මේ දේවල් මේ ඇග්‍රිකල්චර් සිස්ටම් එකෙන් එළියට යන්න දෙන්න එපා. ඒ සිස්ටම් එක නැවත කිව්වා වගේ ප්‍රතිචක්‍රීකරණයක්. රීසයික්ලින් ඇක්ටිවිටි එකක් වෙනවා. නැවත අපි මේ නියුට්‍රියන්ට්ස් යූස් කරන්න මේක උදව් වෙනවා. crop residues අපි ගන්න. හැබැයි මේක හැම වෙලේම හරියන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද ඒකෙන් සමහර වෙලාවට අපිට නෙගටිව් ඉෆෙක්ට්ස් අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ නැති දේවලුත් සමහරවට සිද්ධ වෙන්න පුළුවන්. විශේෂයෙන්ම පෙස්ලා පලිබෝධ හානි තියෙනවා නම්.
It may be weed.
Yes, weeds තියෙනවා නම් ඒකත් නැවත එන්න තියෙන ඉඩකඩ වැඩි. ඒ ඇරෙන්න අපිට තියෙන ප්‍රධානතම ප්‍රයෝජනයක් තමයි අරක මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කියපු දේ. So crop residues. However, at some point you will be ended up with crop residues at the same time with the desired outcome. I think you can understand that, right? So maybe you are harvesting flowers or leaves, fruits, whatever. After you have harvested, some part of the plant will be there left in the plant. So that is called crop residues. And then the wastewater, right? So irrigation water. So water itself does not mean anything. What the usage of water, that is why I have put as the input, the irrigation water, and there will be another outcome which is wastewater, right? Wastewater is inevitable. We need to expect that something coming out of the system which is an output. So we will supply irrigation water, maybe in some cases it will be from the rain fed cultivation, then you are not supplying it as an input, but it will be naturally inserted into the system as an input, right? However, even it is natural or artificial, the supply, this input, the irrigation water will be coming out of the system as wastewater, right? Some part of the water will be utilized by the crop and there will be some other left amount. So this rest of the amount sometimes is leaching to the soil profile, and if not, it will be...
Transpiration?
Sorry?
Transpiration?
Yes, transpiration. Transpiration also happens from the crop and also from the surface of a water column. So after these activities, so there are different ways that water comes out of the system as outputs. This waste,
Evaporation?
yes, evaporation is also there. Evaporation is also there. අපි කියන උත්සේදනය, වාෂ්ප වීම වගේ දේවල් වලින් මේ සිස්ටම් එකකින් අයින් වෙනවා වතුර. ඒක හරි. ඊට අමතරව
Infiltration?
Infiltration අපි පහළට මේ ලීච් වෙලා යනවා, පහළට යනවා soil profile එකේ. ඒ විදිහටත් මේකෙන් එළියට යනවා. agricultural system එකෙන් එළියට වතුර යනවා. එතකොට මේ යන වතුර, so after the usage of the agricultural system, it becomes different. So if I ask you like this, is irrigation water same as wastewater? Is it same or different? When it comes to the composition of the water, two samples, one from irrigation water and the other one from the wastewater, are those same or different?
Different.
So why you are saying that? What is the reason that you are saying different? So of course it is different. When it comes to the composition, we can identify that. If you perform a chemical analysis or a kind of pH or EC, likewise there are number of chemical activities that we can perform on water. Maybe you are checking water for hardiness. We call it අපි කියන කටින ජලය. ජලයේ ගුණාත්මක භාවය හොයන්න ගොඩක් පරීක්ෂණ තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපි සප්ලයි කරන water සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පිරිසිදු වතුර තමයි අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් සිස්ටම් එකකට දෙන්නේ. එහෙම වුණොත් අපි මේ සිස්ටම් එකෙන් එළියට ගන්න වතුරයි මේ අපි දෙන වතුරයි අතර වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. So maybe the water that is utilized by the agricultural system is having inputs dissolved in it. Maybe for an example, if you apply fertilizers, so fertilizers, some amount of fertilizers should be done, right? So these fertilizers should dissolve in water, if not the root system cannot absorb it, right? So after the dissolving activity, after the fertilizers, nutrients or manure, anything is absorbed or dissolved in water, the composition become different, right? It is not the same as what you have inserted as an input. So maybe it has been fully pure or natural, but in the sense of the wastewater is coming out of the system. Maybe you are constructing drains.
සුපෝෂණය වෙනවා COD BOD කියලා යන එක.
ඔව්. ඒ වගේ දෙයක් වුණත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. අපි එහෙම දෙයක් වෙන්න අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඉඩ අරින්නේ නැහැ. agricultural land එක. ඒක අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් barren land එකක්. අපි පාවිච්චිට ගන්න නැති land එකක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි දකින සුලභ දර්ශනයක්. කියනවා මේ eutrophication සුපෝෂණය කියලා. අපි ජලය රඳා පැවතීමක් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි ඒක වෙන්න නම් ජලය ටිකක් රැඳිලා තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒක දැන් locked condition එකක් කියනවා. agricultural land එක අපි එහෙම තියනවා නම් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පොකුණක් එහෙම නැත්නම් මොකක් හරි අපි වතුර එකතු වෙලා තියෙන pond එකක් වගේ maintain කරන්න ඕන. මේ වගේ එකක් crop cultivation එකදී සාමාන්‍යයෙන් crops කැමති නැහැ water lock condition එකක් ඇති වෙනකොට. හැබැයි ඇති වුණොත් එතනත් water quality එක වෙනස් වෙනවා. So whatever comes out of the drains, so we implement or we construct drains in agricultural lands. So the wastewater will come out of these drains. So some part will be leached out to the soil profile. However, it is coming as wastewater, right? So wastewater management is another concern. So some growers will not manage this output. If so, what happens? Wastewater will be collected in natural water sources, and at the same time, it will pollute the soil profile, right? Land pollution, it will contribute for the land pollution. So it also depends on the specific crop system. So then the growers, farmers can think about how they are going to manage the wastewater, whether it is going to be collected or again renew, again subject to a kind of a renewal. Filtering, yes. So it is a kind of a renewing, right? Renewing activity. Again, you are performing some actions to convert this wastewater into clean water, right? So there are different techniques that we can practice. So, however, the grower should think about how he or she is going to manage this wastewater, because it is not nice, or it's not the way that you are allowing this wastewater to be collected in natural environment. That is bad for the environment. So, however, it should be managed. So that is the thing, right? We have talked about inputs, outputs, and then the aim of maintaining the cultivation is to have the maximum output or the yield with minimum inputs. So this is, if you can remember, in the last session, I have mentioned that agriculture is a business, right? It is a business. Whatever the cropping system, you are expecting to have maximum out of this system. And that is for the profits, right? It is not just having or getting the amount of expenditure. So you should make the expenditure at the end. So in the first hand, you do not have maybe money on your hands, but maybe you are having some loans or getting money from another person. Likewise, you are going to invest in the first hand. But at the end, you should need that investment. At the same time, you expect something more out of investment. Right? It means profits. Right? We expect profits out of businesses. So this is also like that, right? So in businesses, there are few in business management. Actually, these are very common principles. You can expect something maximum, so that is your expectation, but you are taking every action to minimize the cost or labor or time that you have to spend on inputs. Right? It means the cost of production. So that is a very important. ඔව් අපි ලාභයක් කියන එක ගන්න වෙන්නේ අපි හිතමුකෝ රුපියල් 10ක් ඔයාලට වියදම් වෙනවා මොන හරි ඉන්පුට්ස් වලට. එතකොට අවුට්පුට් එකෙන් ඔයාලා අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මේක සක්සස් වෙන්න නම් අවමය රුපියල් 10ක් නැවත හම්බ කරන්න ඕනේ. හරි? ඒකෙන් ඒක කියන්නේ අපි ලාභයක් නැහැ හැබැයි කරගෙන යන්න පුළුවන් කියන. නමුත් අපි ඒ ගාන බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ නෙමෙයි ඕනම බිස්නස් එකක් කරන්නේ රුපියල් 10ට වැඩි රුපියල් 11ක්වත් හොයන්න ඕනේ. ඒක තමයි ඒක රුපියලක ලාභයක් තියෙන්නේ. හරි. එතකොට ඒ විදිහට තමයි අපි ඕනම බිස්නස් එකක් කරන්නේ. ඒ වගේම මේ agricultural activity එකකුත්. Right? So however you should consider about the cost of production. So that is the main thing and one of the major things that is considered in agriculture related activities. How much you are going to spend on inputs. Cost of production. How much you need to spend as the cost of the production. Right? Maybe you all know that when you visit a market or kind of a shop, there are a number of goods there and all the goods are marked with a price. Right? You have given a price. If you need to buy this product, you need to pay some money for that. Right? So that is very common and obvious. Everyone can understand. But have you thought about how this price has come out of this product? Right? So that is the difference. Each and every process. So there are a number of goods, fruits, vegetables, processed foods, maybe some sort of the hygiene related goods. Maybe some are not edible. Whatever the good it is having a specific amount of price that you are expected to pay. So this specific amount of number, the money, is calculated out of some sort of a formula, right? So in this formula, cost of production is one major variable, right? So without cost of production, you cannot mention a price, right? Price is coming out of with a great influence of this cost of production. So for each and every good in a kind of a, let's say a supermarket, inside of this every good, right, it is having a specific cost of production for each and every good, right? So that is determined, directly influenced with the cost of production. So in each type of this production process of the goods, every grower, every farmer, every manufacturer is thinking about minimization of the cost of production. So what happens if it is very high? So there's a great disadvantage. If the cost of production is very high, what happens? Ultimately, the price is going to be high. So when the price is so high, the customers, clients will not buy that, right? So we cannot afford some amount of money for some prices or goods, right? So that is for nowadays we are facing that problem. The people are not in a kind of a situation to buy the goods at that sort of price that the price is mentioning. They are in the goods, but the prices.
Inflation.
Yes. So now we are experiencing this inflation. So, however, in any sector, if the cost of production is not suitable, so the clients or the customers are thinking about the worthiness, whether it is worthy or not. Buying this much of money, paying this much of money is worthy or not. යම් කිසි මුදලක් ගෙවන එක තේරුමක් තියනවද නැද්ද කියන එක අපි ඕන වෙලාවක හිතනවා. අපි හිතනවා නම් අපි හැම good එකකටම අපි දන්නවා යම් කිසි නිකන් අපි around මෙච්චරක් විතර වෙයි කියලා අපි හිතනවා. මේ ගානට වඩා වැඩි ගානක් අපි කිව්වොත් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි මිලදී ගන්නෙ නැහැ ඒක තියලා යනවා. හැබැයි ඒකෙන් වෙන්නේ මොකද්ද? අර ඒක විකුණන කෙනාට මේක විකුණ ගන්න බැරි වෙනවා.
Also bargaining then?
Yes, we can bargain, but in the sense of cost of production, if the cost of production is very high, we cannot bargain because the cost of production is something that is actual price. So it is a very actual price. අපිට number එකකින් ගන්න පුළුවන්. Cost of production කොච්චර යනවාද කියලා කිලෝග්‍රෑම් එකක් හදන්න යන ප්‍රමාණය, පැලයක් හදන්න යන ප්‍රමාණය. අන්න එහෙමයි අපි ඒක quantify කරන්නේ. ඒ cost of production වලට වඩා අඩුවෙන් කවදාවත් අපිට bargain කරන්න බෑ. So that is not practical. නේද? Cost of production එකට වඩා ලාභයක් තියාගෙන තමයි අපිට හැම භාණ්ඩයක්ම විකුණන්නේ. ඒක හරි. නමුත් cost of production එකට වඩා අඩුවෙන් අපිට කිසිම වෙලාවක මොන හරි භාණ්ඩයක් මිලදී ගන්න හැකියාවක් නැහැ. ඒක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් business theories වල එන දෙයක්. So what I wanted to give you as the kind of this phenomenon is that at every point as growers, so for a second we'll think of as farmers for ourselves. So we are growing something and we are thinking about introducing this for the sale to the market. So our ultimate goal is to minimize the cost of production. So when the cost of production is very low, we can make the profit margin and we can sell it for a reasonable price. If not, if the price is very high, so everyone likes to have more returns, more profits, but it is not advisable and at the same time it is not practical, right? The customers will think of the price at the same time, even though the quality is very good, the quantity is so good and everything is so good, but they are thinking about the price at the same time. If it is not matching with your product, the price is not matching with your product, they will not buy that, right? So if they do not buy that, what happens? Everything is going on in vain. You don't meet the cost of production of the product. So that should not be in there in the scenario. So maximization of the output and minimization of the inputs, not the inputs, the amount of money or the labor or the capital that you need to pay on inputs is the main goal. Therefore, certain practices need to be implemented. So these practices, whatever the practices you need to be implemented with, will be known as principles. Mooladhana. In this or any kind of a business, we need to have this principle, set of activities that we need to perform. Right? Without these principles, you cannot expect anything successful out of a business. So inputs, crop, and outputs, the same horizontal pathway that we have identified before. So this is just to make you aware that these two things should be met in our system. Minimum type of inputs. So inputs should be there, the required inputs should be there, but with the highest minimization of the usage, you expect the maximum out of the system as output. So I think it's clear for you. Then we'll see what if those practices are not implemented. So we have talked about this implementation of some activities or practices. So what if you are not expecting this, or we are not implementing these activities, right? The first thing that you will experience is you cannot ensure the maximum production. Am I right? So you cannot expect that, right? Without this implementation of the practices, we call them crop management principles or crop management activities, you will not be able to ensure the maximum production. So there will be some amount of production as the output, but it is not maximized, right? You haven't done anything to maximize the production. So the maximum production of the specific land unit area will not come out of that. So that is the first thing that you can expect. And the wastage of resources. So maybe you have supplied all the things as inputs that the specific crop requires, but if you do not perform any function there, everything will be wasted, right? Because you are not manipulating these inputs. You are not changing the way that the inputs are in the system, and you are not utilizing it very well. If you are not using or utilizing it for a purpose, it will be wasted, right? So every sort of penny that you have invested to buy inputs and to provide the inputs will be in vain. It is going to be wasted. So that is another expectation that that you need to anyhow expect if you have not implemented any practice. And negative environmental effects, right? What happens if so this is a kind of a, so in this picture it's a kind of a seed cane cultivation. අපි කියනවා මේ උක් වගාවකට ගන්න දඬු නිෂ්පාදනය කරන තැන අපි කියනවා seed cane, sugar cane කියන්නේ උක් වලට seed cane කියලා කියනවා. අපි උක් වගාව ආරම්භ කරන්න අවශ්‍ය planting material තියෙන තැනකට. Seed cane cultivation, but if you can see here, there are a number of other crops than the seed cane. It means it is not managed very well. So the presence of the weeds are very high, and the rows are not very well maintained. And when it comes to the negative environmental effects, maybe there are waterlogging conditions. There are seems there have not been any performed actions in the near past. And then, so for an example, if there is a kind of a water collecting area, maybe the mosquitoes will be bred there, and maybe it is creating a kind of a negative environmental effect, and the neighbors nearby will influence by that, and they will sometimes claim this grower, whatever the land owner, that they are not looking at the land very well, and because of that these sort of environmental problems have been arisen, right? So likewise there will be many other environmental effects that will badly influence the humans, the other kind of animals, and the whole environment. So the negative environmental effects also can be expected out of this sort of a system, which is not managed very well. And bad crop health, right? You are not managing. Even though you can see some pests here and there or disease conditions, you are not performing any action. You do not do anything to get rid of that action or any sort of incidents. So then what happens? It will influence the crop growth and it will lead to the bad crop health. Right? The crop health itself will be bad. So ultimately the production will go down. More efforts and expenses to bring the system back to the control. So that is another major thing that you can expect. So for an example, if you think of this cultivation, maybe the grower is thinking that this is not profitable. That is why he or she has made or left this land to be barren. But however, at some point, he or she will think of starting a cultivation in the next time. But what happens? If it is another cultivation, if it is not seed cane next time, he or she has to make many efforts to make the land, right? To remove all these plants or crops and to make the weeds away from the land and to prepare the land. So then they have to pay more to use the machinery and maybe to construct the beds, right? There are a number of activities that need to be performed if he or she is going for another cultivation. So if he or she is maintaining this very well, so the amount of time, labor and capital needs to pay for the next time will be lesser than that, right? So if you make the land barren itself for a longer time, you will have to pay more in each sector, maybe labor, capital, or any other way, time. Everything takes more time, more labor, more capital to make the system back to the control. So that is another expectation out of this not well managed agricultural systems. So I think you can understand that, right? So to minimize all these things, so these are affecting us badly. So all these are disadvantages, right? So we do not expect these things out of our system. So that is why we need to perform some actions. So for this, we need to have some major considerations. Okay? Major considerations, we call them major consideration. So these things we need to look at in our system. Economic feasibility, environmentally sound actions, quality control, input management, pest and disease management. Right? So these 5 are major considerations. We'll see one by one. Economic feasibility. Right? What is meant by economic feasibility? The grower needs to have the capability to bear the costs related to the crop system. Is it right? Is it correct? Whatever the grower, whatever the crop it is, the grower needs to have that capability of bearing all the costs for that specific crop. Right? If not, it is not advisable and it is not wise to start a cultivation. Is that true? Right? You should have, if you are going to do some activity as an agricultural activity, you should have that capability, have that capacity. And we call it in the sense of these bearing costs or something related to money will be known as economic feasibility. It should be feasible. Right? Economic feasibility. If it is not economic feasible to start up a cultivation that you are thinking of, you better not to go for that. Right? But maybe you are not having all the amount that you need to bear the cost at some point at the first sense, but you should have that capacity to meet it. At some point you will apply for a loan, or maybe you are asking money from a person, maybe you are doing anything to get that money to your hands. But you should be sure of getting that amount of whole money. Right? If you cannot perform that one, you should not go for the cultivation, because at some point you will lose that control, lose that managing activity, and that will influence the crop growth and the yield itself. Right? So from A to Z, so from starting point until the harvesting stage, you should have that capacity to bear that cost, and if not, you will not have that full control over the management. Then environmentally sound actions. It means the activities undertaken by the grower should not harm the environment where the vegetation is available. So I have mentioned that this is a kind of an artificial environment, but every sort of action is performed in natural environment. So we are doing everything in the natural environment artificially. So that is the thing. However, even though we are managing something artificial on top of the natural world, natural earth or this globe, we should consider the environment or the natural habitat as well. Because if the natural environment is not inhabiting there, we cannot do anything. We cannot do something artificial, right? So there should be the natural environment in the land itself. So then we can manipulate it. But if the environmental conditions are very harsh and it is not good for the crop growth, you cannot do anything, right? So that is why in some areas, maybe for an example, deserts, so it is not environmentally friendly for a cultivation, that you are not performing any actions in the deserts as agricultural practices, because the environmental conditions are not good for the crop growth, right? So
greenhouse effect.
Yes, greenhouses are something different, protected house concept. So that is why this concept has come, right? So some areas, so there are a number of reasons to go for protected housing or protected culture. So that is also manipulation. As the nature does not permit some areas to have some cultivations, humans has gone to this protected culture concept, right? However, it is something that we can do without less harm to the nature, that is permitted actually. So setting up a polytunnel is not a harm for the environment as long as we consider the environmental soundness. But that is also kind of an action that we think of the nature in the first hand. Right? It should not be exploited. It should not be polluted. So then we should not harm the environment in any way where the vegetation is available. Vegetation means the crop cultivation. Right? We should think of
enhanced greenhouse effect.
Yes, environment effects will be there. Of course, bad effects will be there. So the greenhouse effect is one of them, and it is not fully harmful, right? There should be this greenhouse effect should be there on Earth. If not, we also cannot live. So in natural world, that is happening. The greenhouse effect has been there from billions and billions years ago. From that point onwards, up to now, it is happening, but not in a kind of an unnecessary level. The level of the happening is the problem, right? Greenhouse effect. So, however, we should not harm. So that is also kind of a level that we have already harmed the environment. The level of greenhouse effect has gone very high now. That is why the environmental conditions have been now not in a kind of a pattern, and some are very extreme, right? So these problems.
The ozone layer.
Yes. So we will we will influence the ozone layer. So that is important for living beings. So, however, in any kind of a vegetation, we should not harm, we should not do something very bad to the environment. So then whatever the management practice that we are talking about, it should be environmentally sound. It should not harm the environment. It should be environmental friendly. We call it friendliness, right? So when you are mammotting, it should not harm the soil profile in a greater extent. Likewise, in each and every practice should have at they are having their own limits. We cannot do something very extreme.
Bursting in stone quarries.
What it is about? Can you repeat?
Bursting in stone quarries.
Yes, that is something not agricultural, but maybe harmful for the environment. So, in crop cultivations, in vegetations, only we will be talking about these activities which should be environmentally friendly. Then, so these are considerations, right? These are called considerations. Then quality control, right? Quality control, maybe you have heard about this in any sort of manufacturing processes, right? QC, quality control. The grower needs to maintain the quality of the vegetation of crops in order to reach the optimum amount of harvest with good quality. So that is very simple, right? So when we are maintaining the vegetation, maintaining the crop cultivation, we should perform the actions in a way that the harvest, whatever the harvest coming out of this system, in good quality, right?
GAP, GMP, HACCP.
Yes, so these are something that will enhance the quality, right? Good manufacturing processes, we call it in the manufacturing processes only. GAP is something good agricultural practices, right? So these are all coming under crop management practices. And input management. Input management is important. So in the first hand, I have given you that not only the crop, also the inputs are also should be managed. So many inputs incur costs for the grower, and therefore it is required to manage them in such a way that the inputs are properly managed and utilized. So what is the important thing? Why we need to manage the inputs? Because many inputs incur costs for the grower. It means many of these are, maybe not all, most of the inputs that we are using as inputs will incur some costs for the grower. So he or she has to pay some amount for buying these inputs. So that is why we need to meet that, even that amount of money at the end. Even without profits, we need to meet that amount of money that we have already spent on inputs. Right? So you cannot meet that amount if you do not manage, if you do not control. Right? Only the necessary amount should be utilized for the season. And if you do more, for an example, right? If you have more fertilizers with you, however, you have got many fertilizers from somehow from a friend or somebody, and you have a lot of bags of fertilizers, a lot amount of fertilizers, but are you going to use them at once? No, right? You are not going to use them. So in the kind of sense of having more fertilizers will give you more yield. So that is not correct. That is incorrect. All the crops have their own maximum utilizations. Even though you are supplying a great amount of fertilizers, it will not utilize it. It will go and add to the soil or leached out from the soil, dissolved in water. So that is what? Wastage of inputs. Right? That is why we need to properly manage the inputs. Only the necessary amounts of inputs should be utilized for a season, for one cultivation, likewise. So this is called input management. Then the pest and disease management, right? So this is maybe the most important in management aspects, one of the most important consideration, because any cropping system we should, right? Anyhow, we have to expect the incidence of pest and diseases, right? Crop growing systems inevitably face the risk of incidence of pests and diseases. However, growers have to take every possible action to get rid of them in order to protect the crops. Right? So I think the definition will give itself the meaning. However, with the incidence of pests and diseases, we cannot expect the maximum output. So it will harm our crop. It will harm our yield. So then we cannot expect the maximum or the output or the optimum output out of our system. So pest and disease both, right? Pest incidence or disease incidence both should be well managed. And that is also different from crop to another. All the pests will not cause harm to all crops. So these are different from many categories, right? Maybe the crop families, right? From family to another, the incidence of pests and diseases are different. So we need to have, as growers, we need to take every possible action to get rid of them. So one of the most important consideration in any type of a cropping cultivation. So these are known as considerations. So these 5 considerations should be taken into our mind whenever you are going to perform a kind of an action, right? Action as the crop management activity, right? Is it clear up to now? Any questions? If it is not clear in any point, if you need any more clarifications up to now,
No, ma'am.
right? Seems it is clear and well got by you. And then, so I will stop at this point. Maybe you have not taken your lunch break. So shall I stop at this point? So we need to talk about the principles next. So shall we take the lunch break?
Okay, ma'am.
Right. So it is 1, right? 1, 1, 2. So how much you need? How much of time you need?
Half an hour.
Is half an hour enough for you? All? Okay. So as no any objections, we will go for half an hour. Okay, 1:35, right? Okay. Okay, I will start at 1:35 then, right? 1:35, is it okay? So we will stop at this point. So hope you all will join for the next half, right? Next half of this session. So we will talk about principles of crop management, the exact principles. Right, so we'll stop at this point.
Recording stopped.
up to now, I hope you all are all will join after the lunch break and until others come. So we have, as a summarization, so we have discussed what these principles, what the term means, right? Not the principles of crop management and what it is, and the inputs, outputs that we are considering as in an agricultural system, and then what you can expect if you do not perform any management activities in a kind of an agricultural environment, and the main considerations when you perform these activities, what you should consider. So these are specific considerations. Whenever you are selecting a kind of a practice, you should think of these 5 as well, as these are impacting sometimes your crop and at the same time for the environment. So with that, next part, we will be talking about what is the kind of principles that we are talking about. So all the activities that you know and that you have performed in a kind of this sort of an environment will come under these specific types of principles. So we'll see now what are these. So these principles are at the same time we call specifically as strategies. Strategy means it's a kind of a, not just a kind of an activity itself, but it is strategy. It's a kind of a, let's say,
උපාය මාර්ග.
strategy එකක් උපාය මාර්ගයක් කියන්නත් පුළුවන්. මොන හරි ඒ කියන්නේ මේ එකපාරටම ක්‍රියාවක් නෙමෙයි. නමුත් අපි යම්කිසි මේ අපි දන්න හැම ක්‍රියාවක්ම මේවා යටතට තමයි එන්නේ. ඒක ස්ට්‍රැටජි එකක් අපි කිව්වත් වගේ උපාය මාර්ගයක් මොන හරි ක්‍රමයක්, ක්‍රම ශිල්පයක් විදිහට පාවිච්චි කරන දේවල්. So strategies, right? Strategies of crop management. So these strategies are essential for a cropping system. So these are considered, these 7 have already been considered as a strategy, as strategies of crop management. Maximum use of information, so that comes in the first, and effective monitoring program, identification of problems, consideration of threshold levels, preparation of action plans, implementation of the plan, and evaluation of actions implemented. So these comprise of these 7 strategies, right? So we'll see one by one. First one, maximum use of information. So in a kind of a system, in any sort of a system, if you start a kind of a new activity, maybe a business or kind of a specific study program or any sort of a activity which is taking some time for the completion, and at the same time it requires time, labor, capital, and it's a kind of a project. So for an example, we'll take a kind of a project, right? You are enrolled in a project, and cultivation also, it's a kind of a project that you have been given a task to complete by some time, and you will get something out of this system as outputs. So information, maybe you all have heard about information, IT, ICT, information systems, whatever it is, whatever the system is, it does not depend on that. Specific system is having specific type of information, right? Information. So in ICT, it is the transformation of data, right? Data will be transformed into information. So data itself does not give you something meaningful, and it will be converted into something meaningful called information. Likewise, so in our system, in our agricultural system, we can collect number of information. We can directly go for information that the system says for us, and in a strategy, in these principles of crop management, these strategies are implemented So to maximize the usage of these strategies, the first strategy, the maximum use of information, we should collect as much as possible. And we should know the specific information about our cultivation at our best. So every information regarding the cultivation is important for the grower. Every information, right? There are no not specific or unwanted information. Every information is important. Information should be gathered. So information is here and there, and if we look onto them, only we can collect them or we can see the information. If you do not look at it, look at the information, there's no use. So then we need to gather them, we need to collect them. So we should have a kind of a mechanism to collect them. So information should be gathered. Maybe you are writing in a paper or you are inserting this information in an Excel sheet in a computer. Likewise, you should collect them. Maybe some if the extent is so high, you will get the help of a laborer. So you will ask him or her to collect some information out of this system and report, right? Likewise, you need to do some activity to gather them. So collected information should then be stored in a properly managed database. So maybe you have heard about database management systems, right? DMS, right? It's coming on in ICT world, and maybe not just like that, not in the electronic form. It's better if you can manage it because it is very for some extent it is so reliable and easy to manage, easy to process. So data processing is so high and it is very efficient in electronic media. And at the same time, if a grower is not much familiar with electronic media and electronic data processing, so they can use any sort of a printed material. So maybe a book or logbook. Likewise, they can use something used for a number of generations for data management. So that is in printed form, right? However, it should be a properly managed database. Whatever the database, whatever the specific area or whatever or disk or something, some kind of a material that is getting this information should be properly managed. Maybe if you do not manage this, maybe it is deleted or maybe it is missing. Some parts of the logbook is missing. Likewise, it is not well maintained. The information then can then be retrieved and used for making decisions. So you will collect as much as information out of your system, and then so whenever you are in a need to get the information back, so you can easily retrieve. We call it retrieval systems. This can be easily done in an MS Excel worksheet or workbook, right? It is at the same time you can make it in online format, right? So even though you are not having your computer with you, you can just easily use your mobile to access the same database from another part of the island or in the world. Likewise, the information should be collected first. If you do not insert this information into the system and properly manage it, you cannot retrieve it, right? Retrieval is important. For the retrieval, you need to what we call it inserting or you are inputting this information to the system. We call it data feeding, right? You should feed first to the system and then only you can retrieve it. So after that, what is the importance of maximum use of information? Whenever you need to access them, then you can retrieve the information, and that is for what? Making decisions, right? So maybe for an example, you want to think of the rainfall of your area, right? So maybe if you are having some extreme conditions at this point, so you are in a need to have a kind of a pattern how this has been come to this point from years back. So then maybe you can collect information from the rains that you are receiving for your cropping system, and you can feed this information into your system. Then afterwards, you will retrieve information, and then you will see a kind of a pattern, maybe graphical formats. You can use the data tables, graphs. So these will be important for you to make a decision. So whether you can rely on rain-fed cultivations in the next years or in the next season, or maybe you will get a decision that it is better you can go for a irrigation system that is artificial, right? Seems the pattern says that the amount of rainfall is very less from year to
ලබා ගන්න.
මොකද්ද?
තොරතුරු ආපහු
තොරතුරු නැවත ලබා ගැනීම තමයි රිට්‍රීවල් කියලා කියන්නේ. තොරතුරු වල අවශ්‍යතාවය තියෙන්නේ අපිට මේ තීරණ ගැනීම සම්බන්ධයෙන්. මොකද තොරතුරු නැතුව අපිට තීරණ ගන්න අමාරුයි. එහෙනම් මේක පළවෙනි තැනම තියෙන්නේ ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන්. ඒ කියන්නේ crop cultivation එකක් පටන් ගත්ත තැන ඉඳලම අපිට ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් ඕන ගොඩාක් කලෙක්ට් කරන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් අපි රිසර්ච් වල කරන්නේත් ඒ දේම. හැබැයි අපි යම් කිසි ගෝල් එකක් එක්ක රිසර්ච් එක යන්නේ. නමුත් නිකන් ගත්තොත් අපි ඕන තරම් අපිට මේ විදිහට වර්ක්ෂීට්ස් මේන්ටේන් කරන්න පුළුවන්. වතුර ගැන මම දැන් කිව්වා වගේ ඒ වගේ ෆර්ටිලයිසර්ස් මොන හරි ෆර්ටිලයිසර්ස් ඇඩ් කරපු දවස් එතකොට මොන හරි ෆ්ලවරින් වලට ආපු ඩේට් එක වගේ ගොඩාක් ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන්. So it will anyhow will help you to make decisions, right? Decision making is important in your crop cultivation. So for that you need information. Again, for that you need to collect information, right? Without knowing the information you cannot get a kind of a use of it, right? So this is one main strategy, one of the most important strategies, maximum use of information. Then the next one, effective monitoring program, right? So monitoring program is essential again. Whatever the crop cultivation, you should have a monitoring program. But many of the growers are having this one, that is true, but it is not effective. That is the problem. For most of the problems have arisen from this ineffective or ineffective monitoring program. Why we need this monitoring program? Monitoring means you are looking and you are observing your cultivation very frequently. You are monitoring everything, right? So crop monitoring is important to ensure that the crops are well growing. If you do not look at your crop cultivation after you have established your planting material, then you do not know what happens there, right? So from that point onwards, in each and every growth stage, you need to monitor the growth, how it is going upwards, how many leaves are coming at the first phases, and then how it changes to the flowering, and then how the pods are forming. Is there anything maybe harmful for the crop growth that you can see from the specific environment? Are there any pests or disease conditions or any other maybe nutrient deficiencies? Likewise, if you do not look at your crop system, you won't see this, right? That is called crop monitoring. You are monitoring the crop. So maybe you have seen some farmers or growers are visiting their crop cultivations in the evening or morning, right? They are just looking at the leaves and they are touching them and wandering here and there in their cultivation. So this is called crop monitoring. So effective monitoring practices should be properly designed and practiced. So first hand, it should be well designed. What are the things you are going to look at, right? Maybe you are looking for pest incidences. So then you won't see the crop growth and everything. You are just looking at whether the leaves, underside of the leaves, you are checking many of the underside of the leaves and whether you are checking the pest is available or not, right? That is only one thing. So before you are going for the monitoring program in the field, you should think of what you are going to look at, right? What you are going to monitor. Maybe pests and diseases are one great example that should be well monitored. So you are coming and you are visiting your growing system and look for pest and disease conditions only sometimes. And at the same time, whether many things can be looked at, whether any plants are not grown well, and some are died even. Likewise, there are few factors. What are you are going to look at? And then practiced. After deciding of what you are going to look at, then you should practice it. Maybe you are not the one who are visiting the field. Maybe you are get the usage of the laborers, right? So maybe whatever the resource you are using, you should then practice it, right? Practice. An inspection of the crops gives many information. So this is again called inspection at the same time. What it is?
Supervision.
Yeah, supervision means something that maybe if you are the owner of the land, you are supervising your laborers to do that. So supervision is something that you can do on others, right? So this should be well practiced. Even of course you can do that even if you are not presenting, and if you are not going to do that, you should train somebody how to look at for this, how to look at for this incidents, pest incidents, where this pest is usually seen at. Likewise, you are going to train the person and you are supervising him or her to do that. That is one thing. So inspection is another term for monitoring program. Both terms give more or less similar meaning. You are seeing at what is happening in your crop cultivation. So this inspection will give you more information. So we have now understood that the information are important, any kind of an information. And at the same time, we have discussed that it should be gathered or collected. So this monitoring program is a great way that you can collect information, right? Whether the pest is available or not, how many plants have been affected by the pest. Likewise, you can retrieve, you can sum the information out to have a kind of a decision. So whether if your cultivation is affected by the so-called pest or not, is there any kind of a disease or not? Likewise, you can get many decisions out of this information.
Assume.
Assume means something that you are thinking that there will be like that, but assume means the assumptions. Assumptions will not give you information. Assumptions means you are thinking that this has been there or this has not been there, but there are no any justification. You don't have evidence with you to prove that. Assumption means that you are thinking only. And activities required to undertake can then be planned. So again, the same example, if you are having information that the pest is available in few of the plants in your crop cultivation, then what happens next? You should plan something. How you should eliminate this pest away from your cultivation, how you can get rid of this, right? Whatever the activity. So then what should I do next? What is the elimination activity that I'm going to perform to make this pest away? Likewise, again and again, then you are planning. You are planning to do something. Activities. You are planning to make the pest away from your cultivation. So these activities can only be taken after careful monitoring program. So this is very important. So at the end of this session, we will look at this one, because this is considered, effective monitoring program is considered as the most important strategy. So without this monitoring program, you cannot even collect information. And that is why this is considered as the most important strategy. Then identification of problems. So after monitoring, after collecting information, you can identify if there are any problems, right? Without monitoring program, you won't be able to find a problem, right? So information gathered during crop inspection could come up with many ideas. So there may be many ideas. Maybe you are thinking that everything is fine, so you don't find any problem. Maybe the cropping system is going very well. So if so, there will be no any problems. If not, if you do not find that the crop growth is not happening very well, or it is having some harmful effects by any other some sort of a factor, or any pest or disease available incidents. Likewise, if you find any problems, then the identification is important. So with the of course, at the same point, you will identify that the problem is there. So then what happens next? Some may reveal problems in the system. So that is why I have mentioned that some, right? Some, not always it is giving you problems. Sometimes it is running very well. So identification of problem is important. So we cannot get rid of a problem if you do not identify it first. Right? So that is why the effective monitoring program is important. So then ultimately, if when you are doing this, you will get caught of the problem. Those problems should not left behind without paying attention. Right? So in any case, in personal lives even, when you are finding a kind of a problem, it is not good and not wise to left it behind. You should take some steps. Right? So everyone does not like to have problems. So as the growers. So then what happens? He or she should pay some more attention. Why the problem has been arisen? What are the causing factors? Whether I can get rid of this or not? How can I do that? Likewise, then he or she should think of that. Necessary steps are required to address the problems. So each and every problem has its own way of steps to get rid of it. So for an example, if you find a kind of a nutrient deficiency, so you have monitored your crop well, and you have come up with the kind of a symptom in the plants, and you are searching it everywhere and asking from the extension officers and everyone whether this should be a kind of a nutrient deficiency or some sort of another problem or a disease condition, whatever it is. Right? So you are going to end up with a kind of the solution that this is a nutrient deficiency. And however, if you are not known about this nutrient deficiency, you are applying pesticide on this. Will it be effective? No, right? So for a nutrient deficiency, you should not apply any pesticide, right? So the nutrient deficiency means the plant is in hunger of searching some kind of a nutrient. Then what you should do? You should apply that nutrient only. Right? So the problem identification is that much of importance. Right? So for a nutrient deficiency, applying of pesticide does not give you the expected solution. So necessary steps are like that. So to get rid of the specific problem, the identified problem, you should get the steps that are necessary to address the solution, address the problem with the solution. Likewise, we need to, so we can, even though we are discussing this very well, and I think everyone can understand what I'm saying, but when it comes to the practical scenario, when it comes to the practical problem identification, it is difficult. So that is why I am emphasizing few things, even though we know what to do, but when it comes to the practical scenario, when it comes to actual cropping system, this is a little bit time taking, and at the same time, a little bit difficult. We need to correctly identify the problem, and we should get the help of somebody and kind of some aid to get a solution for that. Right? So identification of problem is the next one, and it's also important. And consideration of threshold level. So this is another important one, another main strategy. Have you seen this graph? I think maybe you have seen this. Have you ever seen this graph before? So this is related to pest.
Yeah.
Yes, right? So this is related to pests.
ආර්ථික දේහලිය මට්ටමයි.
ඒ ගැන තමයි අපි කතා කරන්නේ. So this is another strategy. So this strategy is important not only for pests, right? Maybe this is important for disease conditions, weed populations, maybe for the use of fertilizers, everything. So the usage is different, and it is, but however, it is important. Consideration of threshold levels. What is threshold level?
දේහලීය මට්ටම.
දේහලීය මට්ටම. දේහලීය මට්ටම කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? එහෙම ගත්තොත් ඒකත් ටිකක් වෙනස් වචනයක් නේ. අපි සාමාන්‍ය දිනදා පාවිච්චි කරන වචනයක් නෙමෙයි. දේහලීය මට්ටම කියන එකේ තේරුම මොකක්ද?
පලිබෝධ ගහන ගණත්තේ අර උපරිම මට්ටමකට පත් වෙන එක වළක්ව ගන්න.
ඔව්. එතකොට මේ ඒ වචනේ තේරුම තමයි උපරිම මට්ටම කියන එක. දැන් මේක සම්බන්ධයෙන් නම් මේ පලිබෝධ සම්බන්ධයෙන් දැන් මම මේ graph එක දීලා තියෙන්නේ number of pests. So this graph giving you a kind of an interpretation of number of pests in a cropping system with time. කාලයත් එක්ක යම්කිසි වගාවක ඉන්න පලිබෝධකයෝ කොහොමද ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මේ ගණන පලිබෝධකයන් ගණන කොහොමද කාලයත් එක්ක වෙනස් වුනේ කියන graph එක තමයි දැන් ඔයාලා දකින්නේ. So threshold levels means something called of a ceiling point. Ceiling point means the highest amount of something that you can go for, right? So above that, you should not go above that. You should not go beyond that. Likewise, right? ඒ කියන්නේ උපරිම මට්ටම. එතනින් එහාට යන්න හොඳ නැහැ. නැත්නම් මේ උපරිම මට්ටමක් කියන එක තමයි threshold level එක කියලා කියන්නේ. බලමු අපි දැන් මේ උපරිම මට්ටම් එක අපි කියලා තියෙන්නේ threshold levels කියලා. කියන්නේ මෙතන ඇත්තටම දෙකක් තියෙනවා. levels දෙකක්. threshold levels දෙකක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ. දේහලීය මට්ටම් දෙකක් ගැන අපි consider කරනවා. So number of pests. So x and y axis, I think you all can identify that. X axis is for time, y axis for number of pests. So this is for only for pests, right? But this is valid for disease conditions, weed populations, and then even for fertilizer applications, right? Pesticide applications. All these are having these levels. So for an example, I think you all can consider my cursor here. So this is the starting point, right? So at that moment, the time has been 0, right? When it starts, starting time and end time here, right? When the cultivation is going to be started also, there has been some amount of pests. මේ cultivation එක පටන් ගද්දි time එක 0 කියන තැන මෙතන මේ time එක 0 වෙද්දි number of pests ඉන්නේ 0 නෙමෙයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ පටන් ගන්නව තියෙන්නේ 0 නෙමෙයි. යම් කිසි ප්‍රමාණයක පෙස්ලා ප්‍රමාණයක් මේ වගාවේ ඉඳලා තියෙනවා. අපි දැක්කේ නැති වුණාට. මේ grower කවුරු හරි මේ අඳින වෙලාවේ මේ graph එක අඳිනකොට ගත්ත information තමයි මේ පෙන්නන්නේ. ඒතකොට මේ cultivation එක start කරන වෙලාවෙදිත් මේකේ යම් කිසි පෙස්ලා ප්‍රමාණයක් ඉඳලා තියෙනවා. ඒකයි මේ මැදින් පටන් ගන්න. නැත්තම් මේක පටන් ගන්න ඕන බිඳුවේ. කිසිම කෙනෙක් හිටියේ නැත්තම්. Right? So there has been a kind of a considerable amount of pests in the startup. Then it has been changed like this. මේ විදිහට වෙනස් වෙලා ඔන්නෝම ගිහින් තියෙනවා. මේ dark color, dark black වලින් ඇඳලා තියෙන මේ තියෙන විචලනය අපි කියනවා. So this is how the population or the number has been changed. Right? This is the way it has been changed. Here, two levels have been defined here. Right? One is a kind of a dotted line and another one is straight line. So the first level is defined as economic threshold level. Right? Economic threshold level. What is that?
ආර්ථික දේහලීය මට්ටම.
ඔව් ආර්ථික දේහලීය මට්ටම කියන එක තමයි ඉස්සල්ලාම මෙන්න මේ population එක පාස් කරලා තියෙන level එක. අපි levels දෙකක් ගැන කතා කරනවා. මෙන් තියෙන්නේ කඩඉරි වලින් දැක්වෙන level එකයි මේ විදිහට කඩඉරි නොවන line එකයි තියෙන එක තමයි මේ levels දෙක. පළවෙනි level එක අපි හඳුන්වනවා ආර්ථික දේහලීය මට්ටම. ඊට උඩින් තියෙන level එක අපි හඳුන්වනවා
ආර්ථික හානිදායක මට්ටම.
ආර්ථික හානිදායක injurious කියන්නේ injury එකක් ඇති වෙනවා කියන්නේ හානියක් ඇති වෙනවා. economic injury level ආර්ථික හානිදායක මට්ටම. What is the difference?
මේකෙදී පලිබෝධ ගහන ගණත්වයක් වසංගත මට්ටමට පත්වන එක වළක්ව ගන්න මේ පලිබෝධ යොදන්න ඕනේ අවම ගහන ගණත්වය.
ඔව්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ දෙක ගත්තොත් අපි ඒක අර්ථ දක්වන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට උපරිමය කියන්න හේතුවක් තියෙන්න එපා. උපරිමයක් කියන්නේ මොකකට හානි වෙයි කියලාද? හරි අන්න ඒක සාපේක්ෂව ගන්න අපේ ආර්ථිකය. So we will get the ආර්ථික වශයෙන් අපිට හානියක් වෙන්න ඕන. ඔව්. So we should experience a kind of an economic loss, right? This regards with economic loss that we can experience. So that is how it is defined. So the economic threshold level, right? Economic threshold level means, so here it is again known as action level. Action means you need to take action at that point, right? Economic threshold levels, the point at which the control measures must be applied to prevent the pest reaching the economic injury level, right? You should take some steps. So here in this picture, in this graph, this has been changed like this. It has passed the economic injury level, right? This is how it has been changed. It means economic threshold level has been already passed. Yeah, it has been already passed and also hit the economic injury level, and again it goes beyond that even. ඒකත් පාස් කරගෙන ගිහින් තියෙනවා. ආර්ථික හානිදායක මට්ටමට ඇවිල්ලා ආර්ථික දේහලිය මට්ටමට ඇවිල්ලා ආර්ථික හානිදායක මට්ටමටත් ඇවිල්ලා ඒකත් පහු කරගෙන ගියපු
that pandemic level.
Yes. Maybe when it comes to maybe sometimes the pandemic level cannot be identified by this type of a graph. The pandemic nature should be taken from another graph. So we cannot say the specific pest or disease condition is getting a kind of a pandemic at this moment, right? However, we can say one thing, it has directly affected our economic level harmfully. That is why we are talking about this graph, right? Economically, if it is harmful or not. So this is so much harmful. Okay, according to this graph, it is so much harmful economically for the crop growth, right? Maybe the returns, the yield may be very low.
Infeasibility.
What it is?
Economically infeasibility.
Yes, economic, maybe you are feasible, but because of this pest incidents, you have experienced losses, right? It is very high. If you hit the economic injury level, you will get a very small amount of very low amount of yield, which is successful yield in quantity and quality wise, right? So this is not advisable. So usually in a commercial field, we do not see this hit. මේ විදිහට මේ මාක් එක ක්‍රොස් කරනවා අපි දකින්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම දකිනවා නම් අපිට commercial cultivation එකක් කරන්න බෑ. මෙන්න මේ ටික තියෙන්න විදිහක් නැහැ. So you should not expect your, in this case, the pest population to hit the economic injury level. If so, at this point, you can expect a little amount of yield.
It may be apply weedicide, pesticide.
Yes, so to take action, of course, if you need to take action at this point, that is why this level is important. Economic threshold. So economic, so this graph is increasing like this, and you know that it is increasing and it is coming to hit the economic threshold level, and right after it has hit that level, you should take some action. But that is what the importance in that area where this graph is hitting this dotted margin, dotted line, and it is known as time to treat. So this is the exact time to treat. If you do not treat at this point, it will, however, hit the injury level, right? Even though the other thing is, even though you are applying at the right time, you are treating at the right time, it will not stop at that moment. මෙතනින්ම නතර වෙන්නේ. It will go a little bit above and then decrease. So this is the treated way. So this is what has happened. But if you have treated at the right time, it should come like this. Treated. So this is untreated. Right? This is untreated. This is treated. If you have had treated this cultivation with a pesticide at this point, this has been changed like this. This should not has gone like this. මෙන්න මෙතනින් මෙහෙම හැරිලා අඩු වෙලා යනවා. පෙස්ලා අඩු වෙලා යනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙයා පෙස්ටිසයිඩ් එකක් මේ වෙලාවේ ඇප්ලයි කරා නම් වෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ කඩඉරි වලින් දැක්වෙන විදියට. ඒක තමයි මේ graph එකේ තේරුම. So economic injury level means the point at which a pest population begins to cause economic damage. So somebody will ask me whether this one is not causing any harm or damage to the crop. Well, සමහරව අහන්න පුළුවන් ඇයි මේ විදිහට මෙතනට එනකම්ම ටිකෙන් අපිට හානියක් වෙන්නේ නැද්ද කියලා. හානියක් වෙනවා. නමුත් ඒක අපි මම කිව්ව cost of production input එකට input එකට එක සසඳද්දී අපිට මේක correct කරගන්න බැරි තත්ත්වයක නෙමෙයි තියෙන්නේ. මෙතනට එනකම් අපිට මේක correct කරගන්න පුළුවන් හැකියාව තියෙනවා. ඒ හානිය වළක්ව ගන්න හැකියාව අපි ගාව තියෙනවා. pest population එක වැඩි වෙනවා අපිට පේනවා. නමුත් මේක නැවත correct කරගන්න පුළුවන්. මෙතනට ආව ගමන් apply කරා නම් මෙන්න මෙහෙම පහළට ගන්න තිබුණා. ඒ නිසායි හානියක් වුණත් ඒක සැලකිය යුතු තත්ත්වයක් නෙවෙයි. නමුත් මේක මෙතන hit කරපු ගමන් මේ economic injury level එකට ගිය ගමන් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම හානි ආර්ථික වශයෙන් හානිදායක වෙනවමයි. ඒ ආර්ථික වශයෙන් අපිට වෙන පාඩුවක් වෙන්නේ. අපිට කොහොමද ලාභ ගන්න බෑ මේ අවස්ථාවේදී. අපිට වෙන්නේ පාඩුවක්. පාඩුවක් කියන්නේ cost of production එකවත් cover කරගන්න බැරි වෙනවා. රුපියල් 100ක් වියදම් වුණා නම් මේ වැඩේට අනිවාර්යයෙන් 100ට වඩා අඩු ගාණක් තමයි ඔයාට නැවත yield එකෙන් ඔයාට expect කරන්න වෙන්නේ. හරි? සමහර ඒකේ 100ට වඩා අඩු ගොඩක් numbers තියෙනවානේ. ඕනෙම තැනකින් අතර වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයාට 100ට ඒ ගාණ අඩු කරාට පස්සේ ඔයාට හම්බුනේ නැති කොටසට අපි කියනවා පාඩුව. හරි? රුපියල් 50යි නම් හම්බුනේ yield එකෙන් රුපියල් 50ක පාඩුවක් වෙනවා.
Advantage.
Can you repeat what is the question?
Disadvantage.
Yes, it's a disadvantage. Right? Not anyone is starting any kind of a business or any agricultural activity with the hope of losses. නේද? කවුරු පාඩු විඳින්න බලාගෙන කිසිම කෙනෙක් මේ විදිහේ activities start කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා මෙන්න මේ පාඩුව හරි cost of production වත් cover කරගන්න බැරි පාඩුවක් අපි කිසිම කෙනෙක් කැමති නැහැ කරගන්න. Right? So all these activities are money related. Right? Sometimes if you have got a kind of a loan, so how you are going to pay it, right? So that is the problem. In some instances, maybe you have heard this story from news that the farmers have been suicided, right? Likewise, it may have many other great harmful reactions because of these losses, right? Most of the farmers which are yes, what is
Suicide attempts, forget
yes,
poison.
Yes, so that is what the farmers are tend to do when they are not in a position to pay it off, right? So though all these are money related. So when you are starting a business, you need to have that risk. So business is kind of a risk, right? So maybe there are many repercussions, many outputs, many harmful expectations out of this crop cultivations. Maybe you have heard of these ones, right? So consideration of threshold levels is very important. So this graph is only for pests. The same will be for everything, and it depends on the actions need to be taken at this economic threshold level, and the action is dependent. If you are using fertilizers, the same thing happen. Only the necessary amount should be used. If you are not using if you are using more than the amount that is required, again that will be a kind of an economic injury level.
War concept.
Which concept?
Right rate, right time, right place.
Yes. So in the sense of fertilizer or nutrient utilization, it is different. You should use it right time, that is true. So every time the plant does not get the same need for the nutrient. So they are different in different crop growth stages. So you need to apply it at the right time in correct quantities, right amounts. So likewise, it is again can be described by these threshold levels. So consideration is important for threshold levels, especially for pest and disease conditions, because it can cause a great loss. Then the preparation of action plans, right? The problems identified should then be addressed with properly designed action plans. So we have talked about the identification of problems, right? Even though you have information and the consideration and the knowledge about threshold levels and good monitoring program, everything is done correct and everything is up to the standards. And you have, however, identified the problem, and then you need to find a way out of this problem. The problems identified should then be addressed, right? With properly designed action plans. So then you should have an action plan. Action plan means the plan itself says what actions you are going to implement to address this problem. Action plans include the strategies the grower would practice to address the problems. So one by one, you are going to mention the plan. How long it will take, what is the next action, the first one, then the next action. So this will be activated for 3 weeks likewise. So this is kind of a time graph, right? And this plan contains the action steps, time durations, necessities, expenses, etc. Right? So to carry out a plan, carry out an action, it requires some steps. You are not going to implement everything at once. One after the other, you are doing something, and it requires some time durations, some essentials, necessities, what you need to, what you have to do that action, expenses to buy those materials, necessities, you need to pay some money. So the expenses and everything should be there in your action plan. Then implementation of the plan. After you have successfully planned out what you are going to do, then you can implement it as soon as possible, because the goal is to get rid of the problem. The action plan is pre-considered for any of its pros and cons. So after you have carefully studied and planned the action plan, again you should, before the implementation, you should look for any pros and cons. It means if it is correct, advantages, and done correctly or not, right? The revised action plan is set and the actions are taken in step-by-step process. Again, when you're looking at it and seems everything is good, nice, and you're going to implement it, then we call it a revised action plan. If there has been any problem in the action plan, you are going to correct it. After the correction, we will call it as a revised action plan. So this revised action plan can be then implemented. Then you are getting actions one by one. The whole process is practiced until the specific problem is solved. So what happens? One by one, each and every step should lead to what? The problem solving, right? Solution of the problem. So I hope you all can understand. For an example, if a problem is there, and to get rid of this problem, you need to have followed 5 steps, right? For an example, right? 5 steps should be there in your action plan, the revised action plan. But you have only mentioned 4 or only, right? What happens? Will you get the solution at the end? No, right? So only 4 is there. So the 5th one is missing, right? So whole process, this is a whole process. Only you are taking action step by step, right? The whole process is practiced until the specific problem is solved. So implementation of the 4 stages will not be sufficient. You need the 5th one also to find the solution. Likewise, each and every problem should meet until itself find the solution. Evaluation of the actions implemented. So that is the last step, right? So then you have implemented it successfully. That's true, but you haven't maybe completed the action plan. So after some time, you will complete the action plan. The all actions you have mentioned in the action plan is now completed, done. Then evaluation. What is evaluation? You are thinking and you are looking, you are checking whether, yes, We are checking whether you have met with the solution or not. So at the end of the implementing the action plan, the grower needs to watch out for the results. Then you are thinking about the results. What has happened after implementation of the action plan? What has happened? If the expected result is achieved, the action plan becomes successful. So that is obvious. Everyone can understand that. If the expected result is achieved, that is true. That is good. If there are any drawbacks, so for an example, the expected outcome has not been achieved, right? If there are any drawbacks, revisions are required and need to restart the process. බැරි වෙලාවත් අපේ action plan එකෙන් අපි expect කරපු දෙයට ඇවිල්ලා නැත්තම් මොකද කරන්නේ? නැවත revision එකක්. නැවතත් මේක consider කරලා බලලා නැවත අපි මේක revise කරනවා. actions මදි. දැන් මේ අපි හිතපු එක ඇවිල්ලා නැහැ. ඒ නිසා ආයෙත් නැවත මේක revise කරනවා කියලා අපි කියනවා. මේක නැවත සකසනවා. So after the revision, you can restart, right? Restart the process from 1 to whatever the number. Overall evaluation can come up with better decision making in time to come, right? Overall evaluation, the evaluation part is important, so you can take decisions whether the specific action plan is successful or not, and if there has been any revisions, if there has been any drawback, then you have done some revisions. So now you know how to make the specific action plan itself again, right? So decision making, evaluation will give you some pathway to decision making. These are the things that you need to do in a strategic level, right? Strategy එකක් විදියට අපි ක්‍රියාමාර්ග විදියට කරගන්න ඕන දේවල් තමයි මේ හත අපි කරන්න ඕන. So is it clear? Any questions? So these are called as strategies of crop management. For each and every question, any problem coming out of your system will be addressed by this way. Right. So then, so this is important. The effective monitoring or inspection program, right? So monitoring program, without a monitoring program, we cannot even collect any information, right? So again, inspection, both are similar, right? So the importance of this program. So this is one main and one of the most important strategy of crop management. Monitoring crop growth and performance during crop development is important. So monitoring the crop growth and the performance, development, performance, everything. Crop growth factors, pest infestations, diseases, overall health of crops could be monitored. So these are some few things, only a few things that you can monitor or inspect in a cultivation. Other than this, we can collect many other information. Smart agricultural techniques are heavily utilized in current crop monitoring practices, such as what? Tools and techniques, internet technologies, etc. Right? So here, if you can identify these two pictures, have you seen the first one, left one? So it's a kind of a indoor cultivation, and all the crop growth factors, temperature, humidity, whatever it is, right? So everything is monitored by a kind of electronic application, right? So the grower who is managing this crop cultivation can do any kind of a influence or change by its just using few fingers, and just a thumb of his hand is enough to change everything. Everything is managed by electronic medium, right? So this is something that we can easily do. So these growers do not need to have more laborers, right? So labor usage is very less, and everything is completely done by electronic systems. And what you can see from the right side picture, can you identify what it is? If you have seen this one. So this is something, a kind of a photograph. Bottom pictures are, so this is from a wheat cultivation, right? So these photos, the top two photos that are in green and red color and blue and purple color images. So these images have been taken by drones, right? Drones. So they are thermal photographs. If not, they are very it's not something sensitive, right? So the applications are so sensitive for temperature, right? Temperature influences have been captured by drone images, if not multispectral images, right? So of course, so these images are important to identify what? Pest infestations and diseases, because wheat cultivations are conducted in acres or hectares. So looking at each and every crop is very impractical. So it is not in practical format, because they are very small, and they are all the specific cultivation is in a great diversity. So this is having number of plants. We cannot go for looking at one another. So these spectral images, multispectral images, so photographs will be utilized in aerial information. So in the aerial environment, we can operate drones, and then we can get this thermal sensitive photographs. So these can identify whether your cultivation, the wheat cultivation is affected by any sort of a pest or disease condition. Right? So these are also coming under monitoring. Monitoring means, however, you don't need to look at by your specific eyes, right? You can get the help of these electronic technologies, maybe internet, tools and techniques, whatever the technique is, whatever the practice is, you will anyhow collect data or information. So then you can process the information to get a decision, right? So that is how these actions are taken. So monitoring itself does not mean that you need to look at your plant by your eyes. No need, right? If it is in very higher extents, you should and you will have to have these facilities, right? Internet technology. So these are facilities that act as aids, right? That is a helping hand. So after right collection, after the careful right collection, the correct collection of information will give you some sort of an idea whether a kind of a problem is there or not. If there are any problems, how you can make the decisions to make the solutions. So that is why I wanted to emphasize on an effective monitoring or inspection program. So with that, we have come to the end of this session. So hope you all got something out of these strategies, principles, right? So these are the things that I wanted to discuss with you. So any questions up to now, I'm happy to answer for any question.
Madam, excuse me.
Yes.
When you gonna give the slides?
All right. So giving your slides will be, I think it will be practiced by Dr. Anavira, because he's the one who is acting as the coordinator of these two sessions. So with the consent of sir, I and Miss Akshini will upload it to the LMS, right?
Madam, haven't any quiz?
Right, we will have that. So Dr. Anavir sir will give you the message. So from these two conducts, the day 1 and the day 2, we'll have the quiz. Yes. Okay, seems no any questions from this session. So hope you got an idea on what principles are in crop management. So these should be known by you, and if you have got caught with a kind of a problem that you have not considered before, because we have the idea of problems that may arise in a specific cultivation, but at some points we do not know what to do. right? So when you have this monitoring program that is effectively running, at some point maybe you are come up with new problems that you have not faced before. So in that sense, these principles, strategies will be important for you to find a solution, right? That is why we need to specifically define the strategies, principles of crop management, right? So now you can think of any sort of action, any sort of corrective measure that you are using. So that all of them are coming under these strategies, right? All of them are coming under these strategies, maybe with a great usage of the same problem, with a great usage of the same strategies. You may not find that these are much important at some points, but these are important, especially if you find with the if you are coming with a new problem. Right. So with that, we have come to the end of this session.
Recording
So
stopped.
thank you very much for your cooperation and for the interactions you make. Will be much helpful because you can give your ideas that whether it is successful, the talk is good or not, and give your ideas on whether it is successful or not. So I think it is successful, and hope you all got some information out of this session. And again, thank you and wish you very good luck. We will meet, as Dr. Anavira said, we will meet in another sessions which are not nearby in your diploma program. So until then, and wish you all a good learning with us for other sessions as well. And if you need any clarifications, you can contact us, no issue. And I will stop at this point. So it's 2:32. A 15 minutes break, is it enough? So the next session will be conducted by Miss Achini. So she will conduct the next session.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you all. So the next part will be started at 2:45.
Crop management.
Okay. Right. I hope you can see the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam. I'm going to focus on two main things, plant propagation and nursery management. Okay. So, first part, in the first session, I'll be talking about plant propagation. And in the second part, we will be talking about nursery management, right? So, do you have any idea regarding plant propagation? What is plant propagation?
Vardhaka pracharana krama.
Okay. Can you explain in English what does that mean?
Rhizome, comb, tubers, runners.
I'm asking the meaning. What's the meaning?
Maintain a new generation without pollination or from propagules.
Okay. Plant propagation. What about the others? Can the others tell me what plant propagation is? Unmute your microphones and tell me.
ජන්මානුභාවීමකින් තොරව සිදුවෙන ප්‍රචාරණය
The process of creating new plants. Okay. Please tell me the answers in English because this course is an English medium course and there may be some Tamil speaking and maybe other languages. So better to use English, right? And also for your exams and other things are also conducted in English. So try to use English throughout the course. Okay. Right. So let's see what is plant propagation. Plant propagation is the process of producing new plants from an existing plant. What you said is correct. We are going to produce new plants from the existing plant, right? This happens naturally as well as human also do this plant propagation. We can categorize plant propagation into categories based on different factors. Now, based on who is involved in the propagation, we can categorize as natural propagation and artificial propagation. So natural propagation is propagation that happens in nature without human interference. Artificial propagation is propagation of plants or production of new plants by the human with the involvement of the human. People are doing the propagation, right? That is one classification. Another one method is according to the type of propagation, like sexual propagation and asexual propagation. Do you have any idea about what is meant by sexual propagation and asexual propagation? Okay, tell me an example for sexual propagation in plants.
after blooming in seeding,
Huh?
after blooming in get seeds,
So, one method of sexual propagation is by the seed, right? Tell me some examples for asexual propagation.
tissue culture,
Where are the other students? Tell me some examples for asexual propagation.
rhizome, comb, bulb, tubers, runners, bryophyllum,
Okay. Right. First, let's compare what is meant by sexual propagation and asexual or vegetative propagation. So sexual propagation is a reflection of plants by seeds, as I told you earlier. So in this case, in sexual propagation, parental plants, the genetic material in two parents get together and combine and produce a new offspring or a new generation, right? And in vegetative or asexual propagation, we just take a part from the parental plant and we allow it to regenerate into a new plant, right? So in that case, we do not combine any genetic material. We just take a part from the parent plant. So genetically, the new plant is similar to the parent plant because it's coming from the from apart from the parental plant. So genetically, there is no difference between
Variety.
parent. What?
There will be no, won't be varieties.
Yeah. So, in asexual propagation, we take vegetative parts of the plant and we allow them to regenerate into new plants, right? So, the main difference between these two is the genetic material. That means, in this case, in sexual propagation, we take two parent plants, female parent and male parent, and when they cross together by pollination and fertilization, it will result in a new plant which is not similar to either female parent or either male parent, right? Okay, here you can see how sexual propagation happens. Right? So in flowering plants, we call them angiosperms. In flowering plants, flower is the main sexual organ, right? And some plants bear both male organs and female organs. Here you can see a hibiscus flower, and here can you identify the male parts and female parts of the flower?
Yes.
Some students are saying I'm not clearly audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Give me a second. I'll try another.
Recording stopped.
How about now? Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear, ma'am.
Am I clearly audible?
No.
Ishini. Ishini? ඇහෙනවද හරියට?
Not yet clear, ma'am.
let's get back to this. Okay, I was describing about this picture where we can see the flower. Here we can see a hibiscus flower, and when we take the flower, some flowers bear both male and female organs in the same flower, and this is one example for such flowers. And when we talk about the female organs, we call it pistil. Female parts of the flower are called as pistil, right? So the pistil contains three parts: stigma, style, and ovary. So these three are the female organs in a flower: stigma, style, ovary, right? And these are the anthers called as stamens. Okay, pistil and stamen. Right, these are enlarged pictures of those two. Anther and filament consist the stamen, and anthers bear the pollen grains. Inside the anthers, we can see the pollen grains, right? And this is the female part: stigma, style, and ovary. So in pollination, what happens is pollen grains from anther will be transferred onto the stigma of the female part. Okay, pollen grains transferring from anther to the stigma is called as the pollination, right? And after this pollination, there is another step following that is called as fertilization. In fertilization, the genetic material in the pollen grains that are coming from the male parts or the male parent will be going towards the ovary, and inside the ovary, the nucleus will fuse with the female organs, the ovule, and there will be a new zygote developed. Okay, this new zygote will slowly develop into an embryo and then into a new plant. Okay, so this process is called as fertilization. The process of moving the pollen nuclei into the ovule and fusing of these two nuclei is called as fertilization. After fertilization, a zygote will be developed, and later this zygote will slowly develop into zygote, and the ovary will slowly develop into seeds. This ovary will become a fruit, and these ovules inside the flower will become seeds of the fruit. Okay. So to get a clear idea, I will share a video clip with you. Can you see the video?
Yes, can, ma'am.
Reproductive organs of a plant. Anther and filament are the male parts of a plant. We call this the stamen. As you can see, each consists of an anther that's held up on a filament. The anthers produce pollen grains. The stigma, style, ovary, and ovule are the female parts of a flower. We call this the carpel or pistil. First pollination occurs. This is the process in which pollen from one plant is
Recording in
transferred
progress.
onto the stigma of another plant. Pollination can occur in a few different ways. Insect pollination is where an insect carries the pollen from one flower to another flower. These insects are attracted to the bright-colored petals and the nice smell. The pollen sticks to the insect and it's carried all the way to another flower where the pollen sticks to the stigma. Pollination can also occur by wind and water. So this is where the wind or the water carries the pollen to another flower. Plant fertilization is the process in which the male and female gametes are fused together in order to produce a fertilized egg. So the pollen that's transferred to another flower's stigma initiates the process of fertilization. Now that the pollen grains have been transferred onto the stigma, a pollen tube grows through the style until it reaches the ovary. Inside the ovary, the nucleus of the pollen passes along the tube. This then fuses with the nucleus of the ovule. This is when the process of fertilization is complete. Once fertilization is complete, the ovules become seeds and the rest of the carpel becomes a fruit. The petals of the flower die in this process. For example, an apple which contains seeds inside. It's important to remember that some plants can reproduce without pollen or an egg.
Okay, I hope you got an idea about how this happens, how this process happens. First, the pollination happens, then the fertilization occurs, right? After this, a seed will be developed. After fertilization, a seed will be developed. The newly developed zygote will convert into an embryo, and these seeds are developed from the ovules inside the ovary, and the whole ovary will become the fruit. Okay, right. So let's see what is a seed. So seed, as you see here, is an embryo. It has an embryo. Seed has an embryo and it is diploid. What is meant by diploid? Generally, the pollen nucleus that comes from the male parent is N. It has a single set of genes, and ovules has another set of genes. When these two join together, the zygote will be 2N. Here, this is called as haploid, and when it is 2N, it is called as diploid. Okay, so the embryo is diploid. It has two sets of genes coming from male parent and female parent. Right? It is 2N, and it is also called as diploid. Right? So the seed is an embryo which is immature and diploid, and it's developing from the zygote. So embryo is developing from the zygote, and it is covered by a nutritive tissue. What is the nutritive tissue? endosperm. Right, when the seed is young and when the seed starts its germination, the endosperm will provide the required nutrition for the developing embryo. Right, so it's also enveloped by a seed coat. So when we are defining a seed, we have to mention all these things. Right, seed is an embryo. What else? It is diploid. What else? It is developing from the zygote. It is covered with a nutritive tissue called as endosperm, and the whole structure is covered with the seed coat, protected by a seed coat. So when defining a seed, we have to mention about all these things. Right? I hope you understood. So we can also define a seed using these terms, but the complete definition is given here. So these are some other definitions. We can say a seed is a ripened ovule. It's an embryonic plant. It's a very primitive plant, right? And it is the basic unit of production. It has the capability or ability to develop into a new plant. And it is the main unit of reproduction in flowering plants, right? We can say all these things, but this is the complete definition. So when defining a seed, you have to mention that it is an embryo and it is diploid in nature, and it is developing from the zygote, and it is covered by a nutritive tissue called as endosperm, and it is protected by a seed coat, right? Then let's see the seed structure. As you all know, there are two types of seeds, dicot seeds and monocot seeds. As examples, here you can see bean seeds and corn seeds. The corn is a monocot, beans are dicot. Right. So we will take this for the identification of parts. As we know, this is the embryo. Embryo has mainly three parts: epicotyle, hypocotyle, and radicle. Right? So radicle is the structure which will develop into a root, the root of the seedling. Epicotyle is the part that will develop into the shoot or the leaves of the new plant. And hypocotyle will be the stem part of the plant. Okay, radicle will be the root, hypocotyle will be the stem, and epicotyle will be the leaves. Okay, so those are the main parts of the embryo. Outside the embryo, there are cotyledons and endosperm. Those are the nutritive tissues which provide nutrition for this developing embryo during the initial stages. Initially, when the seed is germinating, the roots are not developed. So they can't absorb water or nutrients from the surrounding. So during the initial stages of the germination, seeds take the nutrition. The embryo takes the nutrition from the endosperm. Okay. And the outermost is the seed coat. Right. Similarly, here you can see the outermost seed coat, epicotyle, hypocotyle, radicle, cotyledons, and endosperm. Right. So I will show you a video clip on seed development, fertilization and seed development.
Fertilization is the fusion of a male gamete with a female gamete to form a zygote. In flowering plants, the male gametes are found in pollen grains, produced in the anthers, while the female gametes are found in the ovules. Pollen must first travel from an anther to the stigma in a process called pollination. There's more detail on pollination in a separate video. Look for a link in the description. When a pollen grain lands on the stigma, it forms a pollen tube down the style of the flower. The pollen grain's nucleus travels down the pollen tube as it grows towards the ovary and the ovule. The pollen tube reaches a tiny opening in the ovule, and then the tip of the pollen tube dissolves, allowing the pollen nucleus to enter the ovule. Here, the pollen nucleus fuses with the egg cell nucleus. This fusion of the two nuclei is fertilization. Fertilization creates a new cell called a zygote. The single zygote cell divides and develops to become a plant embryo, which has a plumule and a radicle. The plumule will go on to become the first shoot of the plant, while the radicle will become the first root. The remaining contents of the ovule develop into cotyledons, which act as a food store for the new plant. Seeds need their own food store for the earliest stage of growth because no food is produced by photosynthesis until leaves develop. Surrounding the seed is a seed coat, a protective layer which forms from the ovary wall. While the ovule develops into the seed, the ovary develops into the fruit. Side by side, it's easy to compare the structures at each state, with the flower's ovary becoming the fruit with seeds inside which form from ovules. The next video
Okay, I think you got an idea about how this happens and how the fruit develops from the flower. Right. After seed development, when we are propagating plants, we need the seeds to develop into a new plant, right? The new plant coming from the seed is called as seedling, right? The plant coming from the seed, the new plant coming from the seed is called as seedling. Here you can see the seedlings, right? So, the embryo inside the seed will develop into the new plant. And while this development happens, they will utilize the nutritious tissues inside the seed during this development. Okay, and some seeds, they do not germinate. Even though we provide all the required conditions for germination, some seeds do not develop or do not germinate. Do you know what we call for those seeds? Any idea?
අදෝබම බීජ ප්‍රරෝහණය.
Any idea about why these seeds do not germinate, although we provide all the conditions, water, a media, soil, the temperature, and everything we provide, but the seeds are not germinating? What's the reason?
Dormancy.
Because of the dormancy, seed dormancy. right? I think you all have learned about what is seed dormancy. So there are various kinds of dormancies available in nature, right? Sometimes some seeds have a very hard, thick seed coat, which prevents the embryo to come out from the seed and absorb water from the surrounding. And sometimes maybe the chemical composition inside the seed is not favorable for germination, right? Sometimes some seeds might need a chilling shock or a high temperature shock to start germination. So according to the different species, varieties, there are different types of dormancies, right? So if a seed to germinate, these three conditions must be satisfied. The first thing is seed must be viable. What does that mean? Seed must be viable. That means the seed should be live. The embryo should be live, right? Live means sometimes the embryo might not be alive or viable. That means sometimes maybe it is damaged mechanically, or sometimes insects might have damaged, or sometimes maybe disease has there in the embryo. So maybe because of these reasons, the seed is not viable. And sometimes the viability of seeds are lost with time. සමහර seeds store කරලා තියන්න ඒකේ viability එක නැති වෙලා යනවා. The seeds will die when we store for a longer period of time. So we have to make sure the seed is viable. If the seed is germinating, it should be viable. And the next one is internal conditions of the seed should be favorable for germination. Not only internal conditions, external environmental conditions should be favorable. So when all these three conditions are satisfied, the seeds will germinate into a new plant. Okay, so I will show you a time lapse where the seeds germinate. It's really interesting to watch. What is this structure? What is this structure coming out? What do you call this structure that is coming out from the seed? What do you call it? There were three parts in the embryo of the seed: radicle, hypocotyle, and epicotyle. This is the root of the new plant. Hypocotyle?
Radicle.
This is the radicle of the embryo. Okay, I think you got a clear idea about how the seeds germinate, right? So we were talking about dormancy. Dormancy is the inability of a seed to germinate even all the ideal growing conditions are provided. We can classify dormancy into mainly into two dormancies: exogenous dormancy and endogenous dormancy. Exogenous dormancy is caused by conditions outside the embryo, and endogenous dormancy is caused by the chemical changes happening inside the embryo, right? Not inside the seed, it's the embryo. Within the embryo is endogenous dormancy. Outside the embryo is exogenous dormancy. So under these dormancies, there are various types of dormancies available, right? This is a very large area. And if you need, you can just search the internet. There are various types of dormancies available. And also, if you are farmers and if we need the seeds to germinate, we can also treat these dormancies in different ways. Now, if there is a hard, thick seed coat, we can either split the seed coat or rub the seeds on a rough surface so the seed coat is damaged. And if there are any chemicals that prevents germination, we can address them in different methods. Sometimes the seeds are soaked in water, so the concentration of the chemicals will reduce. Sometimes they are dipped in acids. So there are various types of methods to address these dormancies as well. Okay, so just know that dormancy is a state in the seed where it prevents germination, although we provide all the necessary conditions for germination, right? And basically, there are two main dormancies. Endogenous dormancy is caused by the problems or chemical changes happening inside the embryo, and exogenous dormancy is caused by the conditions outside the embryo. Okay, right. Now, we will discuss about the seed production. I think almost all of you might have seen seed packets. Now, if we are cultivating a crop in the home gardens, so during the COVID period, maybe you have involved in this home gardening, and almost all of you might have seen these seed packets. So having good quality seeds is the fundamental key in sexual propagation, right? If we have good quality seeds, we can have a good quality cultivation, right? So it is essential to have high quality seeds. So we can check the quality of seeds by checking the seed germination, seed viability, seed purity, seed health, like things. Okay, so germination, we have discussed what germination is. Germination is the ability to develop into a new plant, right? So we can take the germination percentage. Most of the time in the seed packet, these things are given, right? Seed germination, what is the percentage of seed germination? Out of 100 seeds, how many seeds will germinate? 85%? Right. Yes, it depends. It depends on the seed lot. And if we are going to have a good cultivation, if the seed quality is high, we believe 85%, 90% seeds would germinate if the seeds are of high quality, right? High quality seeds will result in about 85-90% germination, right? And seed viability means the liveness of the embryo.
umbilical live live or dead. So that is also should be measured. And if the seeds are highly viable, that means the seeds are of good quality, right? The next one is seed purity. Purity means if we take 100 grams of seeds, how many, what's the percentage of seeds available? Now, there may be some impurities. Impurities can, other than the seeds that we have brought up, here you can see eggplant, and the variety is Black Beauty. Black Beauty කියන variety, okay? Eggplant තමයි මේ තියෙන්නේ. So when we are cultivating this, when we are germinating this, if we get another variety of eggplant, that means this seed lot is not pure. අපිට ඕනේ variety එකකින්ම හැම plant එකම තියෙන්නේ. And also there may be some other materials, inert material like sand and leaf parts and plant parts, maybe insect debris. Sorry? Weed seeds, yeah. So seed purity means the amount of actual seed present in the seed lot. And also we can talk about seed health. Some seeds are not healthy. Sometimes there are some seed-borne diseases and seed-borne pathogens are there, where bacteria, fungi, and nematodes maybe are present inside the seed. So when we sow the seeds in the field, the seeds will not germinate, or the resulting seedlings will be unhealthy. So when if we want to have a good quality seeds, we have to check these factors, and we have to make sure these factors are in high standards. Okay, seed germination, viability, purity, and also seed health, right? Okay, I think you understood up to now. Do you have any questions? Right. We will move on to the next part, that is asexual propagation. Up to now, we were discussing about sexual propagation, that is sexual propagation by seeds. Now we are going to discuss about the asexual propagation or vegetative propagation. In asexual propagation, we take vegetative parts from the parent plant and allow these parts to develop into a new plant, a complete new plant. Maybe a stem cutting, maybe a leaf, maybe a root, or any part of the plant, and allow it to develop into a new plant. So here you can see some examples. Generally, we can classify
Centella asiatica, that is Coticola. Those are the main examples that we use, but there are many spider plants like examples horizontally along the ground, and in a bud there, a new plant will develop. The aerial parts and roots will develop, and this new part is called as a runner. Okay, and we can separate it from the parental plant and plant it as a new plant, or else sometimes they are still attached to the parent plant and develop into a new plant. Right. So cuttings are an artificial method of propagation. What we do is we take a part from the parent plant and allow those parts to start developing roots. And then when the roots are developed, after some time, the aerial parts like leaves and branches will develop. And these can be used as new plants. So we can use root cuttings, stem cuttings, leaf cuttings. And in the case of stem cuttings, according to the type of plant, we have to select the best type of stem cutting. Some plants hardwood part of the stem can be used as new plants. Sometimes semi-hardwood part will be developing. Sometimes softwood or herbaceous parts of the plant will develop into new plants. So according to the type of plant, we can select the best cutting type. Right? Next method is grafting. In grafting, what we do is connecting two pieces of plant tissues together. And as a result, these two parts will join together and grow as an individual plant. Generally, we take the upper part or the aerial part of the plant from a separate plant and the root section from a separate plant. We join these two parts together, and later these two parts will combine together and grow as a single composite plant. Right? So the part of the plant which bears the root system or the lower portion of the graft is called as rootstock. And the top part which bears the shoots, the dormant buds, and mainly the upper part of the graft is called as the scion and rootstock. Right? Here you can see some examples for this grafting. When you come to the university, you might get the chance to practice these grafting methods during the practicals. Whip and tongue graft, splice graft, saddle graft, cleft graft. There are many types of grafting methods available. So according to the type of plant and according to the plant part we have, we can select the best grafting method. Okay. All right. Another method of grafting is budding. In budding, it's a modification of grafting. As the scion, we use a single bud. In this case, in grafting, we use a branch or a stem piece where there are many dormant buds. Dormant buds will new branches or new buds, new leaves, new flowers will develop. But here, we use a single bud. We take a small piece from the bark of the plant and it bears generally a single bud. This bud will develop into the aerial part of the plant. Right? And budding also, there are different types of budding: tea budding, patch budding, inverted tea, likewise. So we can select the type of budding we are going to use. So in budding, the sign we use a single bud, right? The next method is layering. This is also naturally also available. This method, simple layering, like things are naturally also happening. But most of the time, layering is done artificially by human. So in simple layering, what we do is, in plants where we can bend the branches easily, we can practice layering easily, right? Here in simple layering, we bend the stem of the plant and we just make a small cut here, and using a peg, we fix the branch onto the soil and cover this part with soil, right? So from the cut we made, roots will develop. When the roots are well developed, we can detach the branch from the mother plant and plant it as a new plant. Okay. In compound layering, it's similar. We do this simple layering few times in the same branch, right? So along the same stem, at multiple distances, we do this layering process. Okay. And tip layering. Here we allow a growing tip of the plant to grow and develop into a new plant. And in mound layering, this is done to plants where there are many branches coming from the ground level. So what we do is, we add soil to the center of the plant as a mound. So with time, there will be roots developing from all these branches. And when the roots are developed, we can separate these branches from the main plant and plant them as new plants. Okay. And this method is called as air layering. This is done to aerial stem parts. What we do here is we remove a bark piece from the stem. Generally, a complete ring from the bark is removed, and then we provide a media like sawdust and a wet media into this, and tightly we have to wrap it. And after some time, we will be able to see roots developed inside this layer. So when the roots are developed, we can separate it from the parental plant and allow it to develop into a new plant, right? Okay. The next method is micropropagation. We can also call it as tissue culture, and tissue culture is a method of micropropagation, right? So in this case, what we do is we take a small piece of plant tissue from the parental plant and we allow it to multiply under the laboratory conditions. We control all the conditions like temperature, humidity, the nutrient level. We control everything and allow the cells or the tissues to multiply. In later, when the cells are multiplied, we can convert these tissues. We can cut these tissues and we can convert these tissues into new plants by changing the nutrient composition in the media. Media එක nutrient composition එක වෙනස් කරලා අපිට පුළුවන් we can allow the leaves to develop, we can allow the roots to develop. By changing the media composition, we can develop a completely new plant. It is called micropropagation because we use a small piece of tissue And using this small piece of tissue, we can get a large number of new plants, right? So those are the asexual propagation methods that we are going to discuss today. So let's have a small break now. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then we'll have a 5 minutes break and start at 4. And we will start a new section and finish the lecture today, right? Take a break and join at 4.
Recording stopped.
In the previous session, we discussed about plant propagation, methods of plant propagation, asexual methods and sexual propagation methods. And we discussed about some examples, right? And in this part, we are going to focus on nursery bed preparation and nursery management. So do you have any idea about what is meant? Wait, let me start recording.
Recording in progress.
Okay, do you have any idea about what is meant by a nursery? What is a plant nursery?
Where protecting plants in little lake.
Okay, have you all been to a nursery when you were kids? Have you been to a nursery when you were kids? Yes or no?
Yes.
So, why did you go to a nursery before directly going to a school?
For primary education.
In school, you get the primary education from grade 1 to 5. Why did you go to a nursery? Why is it necessary? Now, think about yourself when you were kids. You were at home with your parents. You had all the conditions. When you want water, they will give you water. When you want to eat, they provide you things to eat, and they allow to sleep whenever you want. So all the requirements are met at home. But suddenly you're going to go to a completely new place like school, where there are teachers who guide you, and there are rules and regulations. So this is quite different from where you were earlier. So nursery is a place where you are trained to go to school. It's something, it's not exactly what it is, but it's a place where there is a small guidance for you to go to a school. Like that, in nurseries, in plant nurseries, for the newly developing seedling plants, it's quite difficult for them to bear the harsh environmental conditions in the field. So most of the seedlings that are developing are either dying in the field, or they are very slow in their growth. So to avoid that, during these initial plant growth stages, they are taken care very carefully in a nursery by providing all the requirements for their growth. Because these initial growth stages, during these initial growth stages, the plants are very weak, right? So to avoid this plant death and the retarded growth in the field, we are taking care of the plants during their initial growth stages inside a nursery. And when the plants are ready to grow well in the field conditions, we are going to transfer these plants from the nursery to the field. Okay?
Oh,
Right.
acclimatization.
Sorry?
Acclimatization.
Acclimatization is a separate term. It is quite similar to it, but it's not exactly the acclimatization. Right. So here, the plants, a nursery is a place where the plants are cared during the early growth stages by providing optimum conditions for growth and after the growth until they are strong enough to be transplanted in the field. Right? During the early growth stages, we are taking care of the plants. So now tell me, what are the advantages of having a nursery?
Taking all requirements, avoid depth.
Okay, we can prevent plant death in the field. Okay.
Plants are very weak, so they guide under every condition or every requirement.
Please unmute your microphones and answer. Don't send answers to the chat. It's difficult to read the answers and teach. So better to unmute and answer. I'm waiting for your answers. Please answer. What are the advantages of having a nursery? Quickly. Saubhagya, you can unmute and tell the answer. Your answer is correct. Saubhagya, are you there?
Yes, madam.
Yes. Tell me your answer.
Can get healthy, vigorous seedlings.
Yes, we can get healthy, vigorous seedlings because we provide all the requirements for germination. So all the plants are growing very well. And if there are any pests and diseases, we will quickly control those pests and diseases in the nursery. So almost all the plants are healthy and they are vigorous. Right, let's see what are the advantages of having a nursery. We provide favorable growth conditions for germination as well as for the initial growth of the plant. And also, it makes supervision easy. How does that happen? Now, imagine this is the field and we have a small place for the nursery. Right? So, if we do planting directly in the field like this, the distance between plants are very high, and in the nursery, the plants are close by. So the supervision is easy. We can pay attention to all the plants separately. But in the case, if we want to supervise all the plants in the field, we have to move all around the field every day. But if we can have a nursery, we can inspect the plants easily in a small space, right? And another example is economically more profitable because imagine if we want to water the plants. Now in the field, the area is very large, and if we want to water the plants, we have to go all around the area, and we will need more water, labor requirement. So all the things are required, and here a single person can do it with a little amount of water. So economically, it's profitable. And as you said, healthy and vigorous seedlings are there. And also we can reduce the wastage of seeds, and we can minimize the requirement of seeds. And also, finally, the seed cost will be minimized because in the field, the plants are directly exposed to sun, and sometimes the birds and insects might damage the seeds in the field. So the seed damage in the field is high. So we have to, if these seeds are damaged, we have to do reseeding. We have to apply seeds again and again to have a complete cultivation. So if that happens, we have to buy seeds time to time again and again. So the seed cost will be high. And if we go for a nursery, comparatively, we won't have a high seed cost like direct seeding in the field, because the seed wastage here is very low. Almost all the plants are germinating because we are providing all the growth and germination conditions. And we can obtain high number of seedlings per unit area. As you see here, we provide the water, temperature, fertilizer, if there are any pests and diseases. Those things, all these things are under our control, and we provide them in optimum level, most favorable level. So in the nursery, the plants are growing very well, and the number of seedlings per unit area is high. And another advantage is we can get a uniform crop growth. What is meant by uniform crop growth? Almost all plants are at the same level, same growth stage, right? If we go for direct seeding, sometimes at some places the sunlight might be very high. Sometimes there may be water logging conditions in the field. So various conditions are there in the field. So different seedlings and different plants are growing in different growth rates. So we can't get a uniform cultivation. And so if we are having a uniform cultivation, we can do all the management practices easily at the same level, same time. අපිට harvesting කරන්න පුළුවන් එකම වෙලාවේ, we can do the fertilizer application at the same time. So if there is a uniform cultivation, but if there are plants at different growth rates in the field, we have to separately address each plant, which is quite difficult. So if we want to go for a uniform crop growth, we can use a nursery. So those are the advantages of having a nursery. Right. So there are different types of nursery beds. Here I'm going to discuss only about the nursery beds. There are other different nurseries available. Even in Sri Lanka, we can have seedling trays. We can have coir pellet seedling beds. Likewise, there are different nursery types. But here I'm going to talk about nursery beds in the field. And there are two main types, sunken beds and raised beds. Here you can see sunken beds. Sunken beds are below the soil level. Here raised beds are above the soil level. We are raising the soil. Here we sunk the bed. So in sunken beds, as you see here, this is suitable for areas with very hot, dry weather. Beds are below the ground level, and when we irrigate them, when we add water, water is remaining in this sunken beds. It's like a basin. So at the bottom, water is remaining. So in dry, hot weather, if we can protect water, this is suitable, right? So generally water does not run off from the nursery. Water is accumulating, retaining in the bed, right? In compared to that, raised beds, they are above the soil or ground level, generally 10 to 15 centimeters above the ground level. And here, when we apply water, if there are excess water, it will drain off. Excess water තියනවා නම් ඒ water මේකෙන් අයින් වෙලා යනවා. If there are excess water, this water will drain off from the raised bed, right? And another advantage is operations are easy, like weed control and other things are easy. So these are suitable for areas with wet conditions, moist soil areas. Right. Now, when we are selecting crops for a nursery, we have to select, we have to consider these factors. For almost all the plants, we do not go for nurseries. Sometimes it is essential to do direct seeding. So if we take paddy, what do we do? Paddy ගත්තොත් අපි කොහොමද කරන්නේ? Rice or paddy?
Use some nurseries.
Yes. Some people use nurseries, some people go for direct seeding. But it's always good to have a nursery. As we discussed, there are many advantages, right? So some crops, they do not need nurseries, right? Some crops like the vegetable crops that we grow in home garden level and upcountry vegetables, and mostly they need a nursery. So according to the crop, we have to decide whether we are going to go for a nursery or not, right? So these factors should be considered. So one of the most important factor is the ability of the plant to regenerate roots after transplanting. Now, one problem in nursery is when the plants are ready to grow in the field, we have to uproot these plants. We have to uproot these plants and transplant them in the field, right? During this process, roots of the plant will get damaged. So if we are going to select a crop for a nursery, we have to make sure that those crops have the ability to regenerate roots after roots are damaged. When the roots are damaged, those plants should be able to regenerate those damaged roots, right? Another one is seed size. Generally, when the seeds are very small, we go for a nursery. When the seeds are large, it's easy to go for direct seeding in the field. And seed cost. When considering seed cost, very expensive seeds. Now, imagine we have, we will consider both of these factors, availability of seeds and seed cost. Now, imagine we have only 10 seeds, which are very expensive. අපි ගාව seeds 10යි තියෙන්නේ. Then we will not risk of losing even a single seed. අපි එක seed එකක්වත් නැති කරගන්න කැමති නැහැ. So we will give our full support and we will provide all the conditions to these plants to protect these plants because we have only 10 seeds which are very expensive. So we will have a separate nursery and we will provide all the conditions for the plants, and when they are ready to go to the field, we will do the transplanting. So we have to think about the seed cost and availability and growth rate of the plant and lifespan. Now imagine if the lifespan of the plant is one month. Generally, we keep the plants in a nursery for about 2 weeks. If the life cycle of the plant is 1 month, we do not have to have a nursery. සති දෙකක් nursery එකේ තියලා සති දෙකක් field එකේ දාන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. We can directly plant them in the field because the lifespan is just 1 month, right? So we have to consider these factors when selecting crops for a nursery. Right, here are some examples for crops that requires nursery. Brinjal, chili, capsicum, tomato, cabbage, leeks, beetroot, nocol, lettuce, and big onion. These are some examples. There are many other crops. Here I have listed just vegetable seeds. There are many other fruits and foliage plants, flowering plants, right? Just try to find some examples from other types of crops as well. Now let's discuss how to establish a nursery. So when establishing a nursery, there are different steps that we should follow. The first step is to select a suitable site for the nursery. When selecting a suitable site, these factors should be considered. The land that we use for the nursery should be flat, and the area should be open, right? And another thing is it should be close to the field. Why is it necessary to be close to the field? Because we do the transplanting. We uproot plants from the nursery and replant them in the field. So if the plants have to travel for a longer distance, now when we are uprooting the plants roots are damaged, and there is a transplanting shock because of that. So plants are already in a shock, and if we have to transport them for a long distance, then the plants will get wilted, and they will not be very healthy when we are doing the transplanting. So it's always better to have a nursery close to the field, and there should be loamy fertile soil because the plants are in their early growth stages. If the soil is not fertile, then the plants cannot absorb the required nutrients, right? And the land should be well drained and free from waterlogging conditions. Well draining soil should be there. If waterlogging conditions are there, if water is retaining in the soil, what happens? The roots of the plant will get rot, right? And there should be proper sunlight, and there should be a proper water source, and the area should be well protected from pests and other wild animals, and free from strong winds, right? So these are the things that we should consider when selecting a site for the nursery. Right, after selecting a site, we have to prepare the land. Here you can see how our students in the university are preparing land for the practicals. So we have to clean the land and the surrounding. We have to do the ploughing and turn the soil up to at least 20 to 25 centimeters. And then we have to break the large soil cloths by doing harrowing. And we should have a fine tilth. හොඳට soft fine tilth එකක් තියෙන soil එකක් හදා ගන්න ඕනේ. Because the seeds, the new seedlings are very immature, right? They are not very well developed, and it supports for the root development when the soil tilth is very fine. Okay, and the bed orientation should be from east to west to obtain the maximum sunlight. Then when preparing the seed beds, here you can see the bed preparation, raised beds here. When bed preparation, there, do you think there is a standard size for a nursery? Is there a standard size, length and width of a nursery? What do you think? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Then tell me whether there is a standard size for the nursery beds.
Yes, madam.
What is the size? Generally, for the length, there is no restriction, but for the width, it is advised to have length. Of course, we can go for our requirement, but the width we have to limit it to 1 meter. 1 meter, or around 1 meter at least. Why is that? Now, here in a nursery, we are attending each plant, we are supervising each plant closely. So we had to check the center plants as well, plants in the center as well. If the width is very large, we can't closely observe the plants in the center. So, sorry. So, 1 meter is the best width, because by standing from both sides, we can check the plants, check all the plants inside the nursery. Okay, so prepare a fine tilth. I told you. Sorry. We can have a fine tilth, and we have to incorporate organic matter into the soil, and then we have to level the beds before doing the seed sowing. And then we have to do the sterilization. Now, soil is a place where there are many pathogens, weed seeds, and pest eggs and larvae of pests, nematodes. So this is a very this is a source of pests and diseases and other harmful organisms, soil organisms. So to avoid those organisms, harmful soil organisms and substances, we have to do the sterilization. There are many methods of sterilization. We can go for burning methods like this. We can go for solarization by covering the area with polythene, and we can also use chemicals. There are some chemicals available for soil sterilization. We can go for chemicals too. So we can select the method. Whatever the method we use, we have to make sure that these harmful soil organisms and substances like fungi, bacteria, insects, nematodes, and weed seeds are not available after the sterilization. Okay. Then we have to do the seed sowing. We can do broadcasting like this or row seeding. We can apply seeds in a row like this, or else we can directly broadcast or apply the seeds without any spacing between the seeds. So this row seeding is considered as the best method for a seed nursery. Right? What are the disadvantages of broadcasting? What are the disadvantages of broadcasting? Please answer quickly. Yes.
Because it's a unplanned plantation.
Yes, the plants are not well spaced between each other. So at some places there will be crowded nature in the field, in the nursery. And in some places there will be just few plants. So the space between plants are not well managed. So the competition between plants is high. So the plants will not grow well. And the other thing is, we have to uproot the plants from the nursery to do the transplanting in the field. So when the plants are very close to each other, when we uproot and separate the plants, the root damage is very high. Right? Those are the main reasons, main disadvantages of broadcasting. Always it is advised to go for row seeding. Right. So before doing the seed sowing, we can do the seed treatment. Right? Here you can see sometimes seeds are coming as treated seeds already, like these with colors. With colors, those are chemicals applied to the seeds, such as fungicides, bactericides, sometimes maybe fertilizers or growth regulators. So,
Excuse
yes.
me. Then what are the advantages of broadcasting?
Actually, there are very limited number of advantages. Broadcasting actually, in the case of nurseries, there's no advantages. But if we are going for broadcasting in the field, it's easy. The best reason is it's easy. Now, if we go for row seeding, we have to make sure that the spaces are marked between the plants, between the seeds, and in between the rows. We have to mark the spacing. Right? Here, we don't do that. We just broadcast. So one thing is easy, and the time consumption is low compared to this. But here, there are more disadvantages. As I told you, the competition between plants are high, root damages are high, and seed wastage is high. There are many disadvantages. Okay. Right. So to avoid any seed-borne pathogens and to enhance the growth of seeds, we can do seed treatments, and we can apply fungicides like thiram to seeds. So 2 grams of thiram for 100 grams of seeds. Likewise.
Border mixture?
Yes, we can use that as well. Okay. Then after seed sowing, we have to maintain the nursery bed, right, for some certain time. Generally, for most of the vegetable seeds. 14 days or 2 weeks is the recommended nursery period, but it differs according to the type of crop. Generally, it's 14 days. And during this period, we have to maintain the nursery. So we can apply a mulch after seed sowing until the seeds germinate. We can apply a mulch, maybe a thin layer of grass, paddy straw, sugarcane trash. There are many mulches that we can apply. So what are the advantages? I think you discussed about mulching in the second lecture. Did you?
Recycle nutrition.
Yes. Did you discuss about mulching in your second lecture? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know what are the advantages of mulching? So, when the seeds are germinating, we have to remove the mulch. After about 5 to 7 days, the seeds will germinate. At that stage, we have to remove the mulch, right? Then we have to, another management practice in the nursery is application of water. Immediately after sowing, we have to apply water. After that, we have to apply water every day in the morning and evening, right? Generally, we have to apply the same quantity of water in the same frequency until the seedlings are having at least 3 to 4 true leaves, right? After that, we can reduce the watering frequency.
Discussed about stubble.
Okay. So, what is the results of water stress? If we don't apply water for a certain time, what happens? And what happens if we do overwatering more than what is required by the plants? What are the problems in these two cases?
If we reduce the water, plants will wither and leaves will dry.
Yeah.
And overwatering, roots will get decay.
Rotten.
Yes.
And also, when in both cases, the plants are weak, and then mainly when they are overwatering, the nursery is susceptible to more pests and disease conditions, right? Those are the issues. So we have to apply water in the required optimum level. Right. We can use a propagator after seed sowing. We can use a different types of propagators are available. The easiest method is applying a polythene propagator like this. We can apply a polythene cover, and we have to cover it with soil. Then inside the propagator, the temperature will increase with time and the relative humidity will also increase. These conditions are favorable for seed germination. So after some time, we can remove this propagator. Okay. Then thinning out. Thinning out means uprooting excess plants. So here we have discussed about broadcasting and row seeding. In broadcasting, in some places there will be plants located close by, crowded plants. So in that case, at least 1-2 plants will not grow. So to get healthy plants, we have to make sure the correct spacing is maintained, right? So for that, we have to remove weak, unhealthy, diseased, insect pest damaged plants. And also, if there are dense plants, we have to remove them. We have to keep distance between plants 5 to 10 centimeters from plant to plant. At least 5 to 10 centimeters gap එකක් තියාගන්න ඕනේ plants දෙකක් අතර. Right? So, if there are they are located close by, we have to remove the plants. So when removing the plants, we will do root damages, right? And by thinning out, we can facilitate balanced air, water, nutrient balance between each plant. And also other management practices are easy. The supervision is easy, application of water, fertilizer, all those things are easy when the plants are well spaced between each other, right? The next step is hardening of the seedlings. Here what we do is, now the plants are in their optimum growth conditions, right? The temperature, water, nutrients, and everything is in optimum level. Now suddenly we are going to move it to a harsh environmental condition in the field. So sometimes these plants are not well adapted to these field conditions. So we have to make sure the plants are ready for the field, right? So transplanting is generally after 2 weeks. Generally, we can take up to 30 days, 14 days to 30 days, right? So during this period, after 21 days, we can do this hardening to make the plants ready for the field. We will gradually expose the plants to the sunlight. Sunlight. Then we have to reduce the water application, irrigation interval. Then we can allow the plants to get ready to stay or grow in an area where water is limited, right? Then we are slowly adapting the plants into the field conditions. That is called as hardening of the seedlings. Right. After the hardening, the plants are now ready to the field conditions. Then we have to do the transplanting. When transplanting, we have to select the seedlings for transplanting. අපි ඔක්කොම තියෙන nursery එකේ තියෙන ඔක්කොම ගිහිල්ලා field එකේ හදන්නේ නැහැ. We select plants from the nursery, right? We have to select strong seedlings with good root system, and we have to make sure there are no any pests and diseases. So we have to select well-grown, healthy, vigorous seedlings from the nursery and do the transplanting. Generally, transplanting should be done early in the morning from 6 to 10 a.m. or else late in the evening, 4 to 6 p.m. We have to avoid the noon, where the sunlight is very high, right? And before transplanting, we have to make sure the nursery bed is moist well, and then we have to uproot the plants with a little amount of soil with minimum damage to the root system. Okay? Right. So now I'm going to discuss about two nursery pests and diseases. There are many nursery pests and diseases, but here I will be discussing about just two. I think you all have seen this damage in plants. Have you seen this damage? Silver color lines on the leaves of the plant. This is caused by an insect called as leaf miner. The larvae of the leaf miner. This is the adult larvae of the leaf miner. He will consume the internal tissues of the leaf. Right? මෙයා මේ leaf එකේ internal tissues කකා ඉස්සරහට යනවා. So the internal tissues are eaten by this larvae, and silver color lines will be remaining on the leaf. Right? This pest is called as leaf miner. The problem here is the photosynthetic area of the leaf will be reduced when he do this damage. Right? As a disease, I selected damping off, which is very common in nurseries. when there is high moisture in the level in the media, this disease is common. And what happens here is near the crown of the plant, crown level, the rotting will start. The top part of the plant is not showing any symptom. It looks like a healthy plant if we look from the top, but near the soil level, there is a small rotting happening. And suddenly, the whole plant will collapse. Methanic galavilla bimata වැටෙනවා. Right? So if we carefully observe, we can see that there is a rot here. Okay, so this disease is called as damping off. Right? So sorry.
මේක මේ මුදුකුණු වීම කියන එකද අර කැරට් වල එහෙම තියෙන්නේ? වීනිය කැරට් වරා හින්දා වෙන්නේ?
නැහැ මේක damping off. Make I don't know the exact singular term.
Okay.
Here, what happens? This happens in nurseries, vegetable nurseries mainly. This is very common in nurseries, vegetable nurseries.
Tomato.
And yes, those are the two diseases that pest and diseases that I selected for this. And yes, with that, we have come to the end of this lecture. Right.
Recording stopped.
Now it's 4:46, 45. Do you have any questions? If no, I will wind up for today. Thank you for listening.